got that laugh.
I know, right? Hey, what's going on? Happy Wednesday. We're on Wednesday, aren't we?
It is Wednesday.
It's hump day.
It's hump day.
Humpity, humpity, hump.
What is happening? Hi, Tori.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Gabe.
Hello, Tori. How are you?
I'm good.
Hey, John Cook. I see you. Oregon Grandma. John Caps. Mindy Wapin. Am I saying that right? Hey, Georgia. Jarby. Rachel. Jennifer W. Cow Crazy. Hi, Doreen. Bearded Fisherman. Crazy Lady. Lisa. Lori J. Happy hump day.
I need glasses.
I know. I'm like, look at my eyes are blurry.
Somebody's screen name was Tampon for a second.
It's Tam Tam.
Huh? Is it Tam Tam? I thought it said Tampon. I need the glasses.
That's a hell of a name.
I know, right?
Sorry, Tam Tam.
Oh my God, I'm going to choke. Ooh, dream weaver. What's going on? Bonnie. Hey, Renee. Monica, hello. Jenny L. Hi, Brian Beeler. Sheena. Gabe, get some glasses. Boudica. Pandera and Murky, hello. Glad you went live, Lisa. Kendra just went off. You made me choke. You're making me choke. Oh my God, Gabe, she heard you. Tam Tam heard you.
Did she hear me?
Yeah, shut up, John Caps. Don't think I didn't forget to say that. Michelle, Gabe, we know your mind is up of a JJ. Oh my God. Dang. You guys are starting. What time is it? Jared T. Hardy. Gabe, I got some 2.5 readers you can have.
Right? You know.
How is the chipmunk, Gabe? And lots of love.
I heard about that. I saw the video.
You know, you have to understand something. When like if there's a situation, right? And let's just say Gabe walked in the room and there's a situation and someone needed a hug. He would like hug them exactly the way he hugged that chipmunk in that video. It's so cute. Look, I'll even show it to you. I just have to show it again if it's on here. He'd be like, what? Oh, okay. And give him a hug. Is it on here? Is it still there? Where'd it go? Because it's so cute. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Ripping is not too annoying.
You gave some love. What are you gonna feed him? Gabe's love. It was.
I heard. I might say something like that.
You also said you got beat up by some UPS boxes.
I think he was mistaken. It was Amazon boxes.
Probably right. And we all know the story about the sprinklers.
Oh. Who did that? They did pretty good.
Yeah, I know. She's awesome. But that's so you giving a hug like that. Like, oh, you need a hug? Okay. Oh my gosh. Hey, Stacey, what's going on? So how's everybody's Wednesday? Miyagi, I see you. Hi, Elizabeth. Tori Amazon boxes. We got some Amazon boxes today. We did. We got some more gifts for Harley. Yes, we did. Oh, there it is. Pile them up. Oh, pile them up. But, how many people have been having that in their heads for the past like 48 hours since I sang it? Because I know I am. And I got the hiccups. I don't want him to hug me like that. I miss him so. Aw. Oh, I read that as mom. Sorry, man. Hi from Missouri. Hello, Pauletta. Did you see the interview? Oh, no. What interview? Man, I've been all over watching a bunch of crap. I actually watched a 2-hour live video from 8 months ago because I needed to go and record it. And wow. All I gotta say is wow. This is when they raised the funds for the ants on a live. And guess who was all there entertaining this whole thing, helping raise money, talking about it, egging the whole thing on, with informing the viewers of lies after lies after lie in regards to the adoption and everything. I literally heard lie after lie from not just Germ, from the ants, from someone else's child. But guess who was there? Mark Feather, Larry Foreman, Diana, Jessica Kay, Travis, and Larry Foreman brought some girl who's at that time was, I guess, taking her bar exam or something. And so she was there. All these people were involved in all that evening. I thought that was pretty interesting. Oh, and involved in it and supporting was also Megan, even though she wasn't there. But her name was brought up. I was like, this is a very, very interesting video. Very interesting video. So when it comes to the ants and all that and the money that was raised and stuff, watching what they were saying was really sickening because they were literally lying. I spoke to and we did the interview with the adoption lawyer here. And the ants have no idea what went on. Okay, they tried to say that the Olga one. That's the brother. I mean, sorry, the sister of the biological father. Okay, and what people keep forgetting here is, while George and Jeremy are questioning them and talking and everything, and they're like, "Well, you guys are the biological aunts. You're this, you're that." You don't understand. The parents signed away all rights. They are nothing. They have no legal standing whatsoever. Okay? Yes, it gets dismissed. But they have no legal standing whatsoever. And the fact that they lied and raised all these funds for these two women literally sitting there, not telling everybody that their brother and, his wife, the bio parents, are drug addicts, that they were just in freaking jail for a hit and run, that they have 10 children between them both, and none of their children are with them. And not only that, they didn't tell the fact that when they filed this paperwork, of course, they said, Jeremy had said in this video that the paperwork was already filed. And that is a lie. That was an absolute lie. He said it right there on the spot, and it was a lie because it was not filed. Nothing was filed at that time. Nothing. They raised on that live $32,000 for the aunt. And they also sold a hoodie for $16,000 to go to the aunt. And then prior to that, there was another hoodie that was sold supposedly for pretty much the same amount of money. So all this money supposedly went to this lawyer, Jenny Consuega, who basically took the money to write 2 filings. And she knew it was going to go nowhere. She avoided contacting the attorney on record. She knew it was going nowhere. She took the money. And that to me is crazy. But what they did do in that video was totally admit how Jeremy informed them of what's going on. The aunts said it. It was Jessica Palumbo who said that Jeremy informed them of what's going on, which means Jeremy contacted them and lied with the same lies he's been saying what's going on with that family the whole time. Told them all the lies, all the bullshit. So I was like, wow. I'm like, look at that. All you got to do is just go back to the video of the subject matter and just listen again. Because you are going to hear and pick out the truth of what they're saying. Sorry. What? What's that? Yeah. Okay, you can do that. You're not a child. Go ahead.
Yo, excuse me a second.
Oh, you sound like a little kid. I'm gonna go.
I know. I just want to
I know, right? Who's surprised? But he said on another live they never. Whoops.
I'll be right back. I got to step away for a minute.
Okay. He said on another live they never got the money for the hoodie. Which one? The same person bought both hoodies. But Jeremy was the source of information. They had the first-hand information. Yeah, they had no. Jeremy had no first-hand information himself. Okay? George had only spoken to her twice. They had no right to say anything that they've ever said to Michelle. Okay? Nothing. What everyone needs to know is that Olga does not want to give the child she has back, whereas she wants to keep her, so I had told her that I would help her keep her child. Then turned around and tried to take mine. Okay. All right, anyway, so the thing is, I just went over that video today. I was watching that because that was very, very long. People had questions regarding the funds. And then the fact that Larry Foreman, and they were literally supporting it, okay, and supporting what they're doing. And I'm not going to sit around and take away from what they knew to be true or not. They basically believed Jeremy. And that's on them, because that's what they chose to believe, because they sure as hell didn't vet any of Jeremy's information. They did not. So that's going to fall back on them. I feel like Debbie won that hoodie. I remember thinking that it was weird that she said, well, they said in the chat today that the same person got the other hoodie. She got both hoodies. That's what it said in the chat today. Her name was Jackie. Whoever that is. But it was an interesting watch today. I was like, wow. And it was all about the adoptions, the aunts, the raising the money, the people who were there supporting it, backing it, pushing it. And all based on what Jeremy said. All of it based on the crap that Jeremy and George was telling them. And meanwhile, George had only been on Michelle's property twice. Jeremy was not really even on it, but prior to Michelle really moving in. So, and I watched that video the other day, and it's like, it's kind of amazing. He's sitting here saying how beautiful the place is, but there's going to be a lot that needs to be cleaned up. But how beautiful it is. He said it a bunch of times. And I'm like, yeah, he doesn't seem to think that now, even though it's all cleaned up. It's really strange. Whatever fits his narrative, I guess. But anyway, so that's what I got stuck doing today. And hey, Kim Chess. What is happening? So another thing, I didn't make the thumbnail in time, so that's why you guys, if you didn't get a notification I'll be live in 30 minutes, that's why. Jackie bought first one when she has a $500,000 to grow. Right, that was the first one. They said Jackie bought it. The same girl won the hoodie that night, and it was 16 grand. And they said she won both hoodies, that she was the same person. They were like praising her, and we're gonna fly out to see you. All of us are, and I'm sure that didn't happen. But yeah, so that's what I was watching today. and I was irritated that I had to watch it at all. But I was like shocked. I was like, wow. Well, shocked, not shocked, you know. And then when that was done, well, I'll go back to something that. So if you look at the thumbnail, you'll see that Bruce. If you remember that there was a show that Jeremy did trying to save Megan's ass, Megan trying to save his, and they're making up all these stories and everything, talking about said adoption, but also bringing up stuff from Northport, and that there was filings for Bruce against him at the bar, which bar, who knew. But anyway, so we did research that, and they must have been listening to us because all of a sudden now there is one. So I'm going to read you a complaint to the Connecticut bar and what this woman said in regards to her grievance with Bruce. So here we go. I can't show it because it's not redacted yet. But if at any time y'all need to see it, I will show it. But it's just not redacted, so I can't put it up on screen. But this is the letter, and she says, "Dear Office of the Bar Counsel, I am writing to formally file a grievance against attorney Bruce Maskin for misconduct, unethical behavior, and potential witness tampering. On December 14, 2024, in the Northport City Concerned public Facebook group, where I serve as an administrator, a post solicited information about former city residents. In response, I posted a comment advising that personal information could not be disclosed in accordance with privacy rights, but that group members could share publicly available information within the platform's guidelines. In making this comment, I was exercising my constitutionally protected First Amendment right to participate in a public forum. Attorney Maskin, in an unwarranted response, made baseless allegations claiming that my comment was part of a cyber stalking and harassment campaign associated with YouTube channels such as What the Hells, Megan Fox, and That Umbrella Guy. He further accused me of assisting in this campaign, asserting, "You work in a law firm and should know better." Instead of seeking resolution through appropriate legal or procedural means, Mr. Maskin improperly identified my employer and sent an email on December 14, 2024, making defamatory claims that I was complicit in digging up dirt on private individuals for these YouTube channels. Moreover, which is true because I saw them. So she didn't just do what she claims in this letter. She said a lot more. Anyway, let me just go back to where she was. Digging up dirt on private individuals for these YouTube channels. Moreover, he took the further step of directly speaking with the CEO of my employer, reiterating these accusations. Due to the fact that it was a Saturday and I was on a planned vacation, I was unable to respond promptly. Consequently, my employer contacted me while I was about to board a cruise, relaying Mr. Maskin's allegations and communication. These actions, which were entirely unrelated to my employment and professional duties, placed undue stress on me. This intrusion disrupted both my personal and professional life, causing significant distress and the potential for reputational harm. The escalation of Mr. Maskin's actions by contacting my employer constitute a clear misuse of his professional position and improper attempt to imitate and retaliate against me. Rather than addressing his concerns directly with me, I believe he did, the group platform, or through the proper legal channels, such as reporting the matter to Facebook or submitting a formal complaint to the group, Mr. Maskin sought to weaponize his legal... Sorry, this is funny. It's cracking me up. Sought to weaponize his legal authority. No, I just lost where I was. And influence, targeting my employment in a blatant effort to stifle my free speech. His actions amount to deliberate and malicious attack on my reputation and financial ability to earn a living. As an attorney specializing in discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, Mr. Maskian is well aware of the appropriate legal avenues for addressing any perceived violations. His failure to follow such established procedures, coupled with his direct ability to freely express coupled with his direct interference in my professional and personal life, strongly suggests a calculated attempt to intimidate me and suppress my ability to freely express myself. Furthermore, Mr. Maskian's conduct raises serious concerns of potential witness tampering. Although I was unaware of any ongoing legal matter involving Mr. Maskian and his clients at the time of the incident, I do possess significant information regarding the individuals involved. I could potentially serve as a witness in any related legal proceedings. Mr. Maskian's actions may have been designed to influence or obstruct my ability to participate in such matters, which I know that's not true because he didn't even know who she was. Additionally, I have learned that the individuals involved in this matter are, in fact, clients of Mr. Maskian, and they have recently been served with a cease and desist order related to their actions. Now, I don't know if that was from them, but I don't know why they would serve them a cease and desist. I don't know where that's coming from. But Bruce did, in fact, tell them that he was representing them. So that's not like something he hid or whatever. This contextual information, what?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted you to know I was sitting with Juju having a full-fledged conversation.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I lost where I was now. Where was I? This contextual information further suggests that his actions may have been taken in bad faith to undetermine my credibility or involvement in any related case. Further compounding his improper conduct, Mr. Maskian sent a message demanding the removal of a post that I had not authored. This demand constitutes an overt attempt to coerce and censor my, as well as others' freedom of speech. Notably, when Mr. Maskian initially engaged with the Facebook group, he failed to identify himself as an attorney. It was only when he reached out to my employer that he disclosed his legal credentials, further suggesting that he sought to leverage his professional status to intimidate me. In the light of the above, I contend that Mr. Maskian's actions represent clear violations of the rules of professional conduct, including but not limited to unethical behavior, improper communication with an opposing party, third party, and attempts to interfere with the due process of law. His deliberate actions to intimidate, coerce, and damage my personal and professional reputation, as well as his apparent attempt to interfere with my potential testimony in an ongoing legal matter, warrant immediate and thorough investigation by the Bar Council. Although Mr. Maskian is not licensed to practice law in the state of Florida, he is admitted to practice in Massachusetts and Connecticut. I respectfully request that this grievance be investigated under the applicable rules of professional conduct and ethical guidelines governing attorney license in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Florida, and that the appropriate disciplinary action be taken against Mr. Maskian for his misconduct. Thank you for your attention to this serious matter. And she signed it, and her name is Kate Shakira. So I spoke to Bruce about this, and he don't care. It's a nothing burger. I remember when this whole thing happened, and he did tell them who he was. He did explain why he was asking them to remove it. He also spoke to her, and she did way more than she said she did, because I saw the chats. She's acting as if like she did nothing. She was in complete response and didn't give a shit who he was. She was not a witness in this case at all. And if she ended up being one, because Megan, after the fact, there was no knowledge of her even being a witness at all. This literally happened one morning when someone said there was a bunch of posts in this Northport thing. That's it. Like this came out, and Bruce knew nobody in here, but found it interesting that she was saying what she was saying. And when you looked up her profile, it said that she worked for attorneys, and these attorneys specified that they were personal injury attorneys. So they're supposed to be protecting people like Michelle and John, not going against them like that. And that's something that I remember about all of this. So he did speak with her employer, letting them know basically what was going on, and because she represents that firm based by putting the firm name in her profile, you know, and that's it. He's allowed to do that. They didn't do anything unethical, actually. So I'm sorry, I spoke to him about it, and he just like laughed it off. He's not worried about it at all because what he did nothing wrong. You guys got to remember, Bruce has been a lawyer for 27 years. He works with civil rights all the time. I mean, and people's rights all the time when it comes like to employers and things like that. I mean, he's just done this for so long. Bruce isn't stupid. He's not going to pick up a phone and ruin a case or ruin a this or ruin a that. She was not a witness at the time. And who knows if she even is at this point. Okay. No OJ.
You goody.
No OJ. So, anyway, so, you know, that's basically what that is. I figured it was there. It showed up. And we'd talk about it for a sec. And I'm sure Bruce comes on. As a matter of fact, I think Bruce just might come on because let's move into another thing. So there was an order placed today by the magistrate on the motion to compel. And apparently the judge did not like Bruce's answers, his response, his oppositions, because I guess they were just straightforward or whatever. And meanwhile, I believe there's another part of this, his response, that the judge couldn't possibly have even read. So that's okay. Whatever. It is what it is. That's what he said. But what was funny is about it, even though it looks like, it was granted for the plaintiff, the motion to compel, which is basically phone records for a period of time. And I don't know, but all I can tell you is I don't have a phone from that, back then anymore. So I don't know how they're gonna come up with these phone records, but how about it, I guess. But anyway, that's what has to be shown or something. Like, hooray for that. I don't believe that. It will be interesting to see though. Jeremy, who claims he's never talked to Michelle in text message or on the phone. There are text messages and stuff between him and Michelle. Quite a few of them, actually, acting very neighborly, by the way. Just saying. So that would be interesting if that's still there to see that, because it was there. But anyhow, so in this order today, though, it's as if he reprimanded Bruce. And this is just my opinion. It's like he reprimanded Bruce for not being maybe a little more detailed in his responses and thought maybe they were more cut and paste, like he got it from somewhere else and just pasted it and didn't explain it the way he wanted it explained or something. That's what it seemed like to me. And then also was like reprimanding Shockett for not acting like a lawyer should and being like pretty, asshole-ish with his comments and stuff, which Shockett does all the time. And I guess he's just seeing some of it. So I don't know. It seems like, I can't say the judge is being fair or not fair. I thought fair, and then I'm kind of like, well, all right, look, he's definitely getting tired of whatever this is. So I'm not sure what's happening with that. So I'm just gonna okay, this is like a 0. He got 3, the phone records or whatever, and he reprimanded Shockett for being an ass, and that's it. It's almost like he punished Bruce for not answering it the way he wanted it answered. I don't know, but he also didn't look at Bruce's. If he's going by a boilerplate answers, he also didn't look at Bruce's full answers. So I don't know. I don't know what happened with this one, but. Anyway, there is a new motion, and this is a motion. You ready, guys? It's a big one. It's a motion to dismiss under FRCP 12B1 for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. The defendants move to dismiss this lawsuit pursuant to FRCP 12B1 on the grounds that federal diversity jurisdiction under 28 U.S.C. 1332 clearly does not exist. And a memorandum to support the motion is here. Let me see. And then we're going up here to the memorandum. Okay. So I'm getting ready to lose my voice here. So let me put this on hold for a sec. What you got? What you got?
Did she eat?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I got
Of course
nothing.
you did.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you needed me to feed her.
No.
You got nothing. What do you need?
No, I didn't know what you were doing.
I was like, Mommy! Like Peppa Pig, Mommy Pig.
What are you doing? So
I'm
I'm
going home.
You going home?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna chill. I had an exciting day with my girlfriend. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is it answered already? This motion? No, it is not answered yet. This was just filed this evening. Tori, tell Lisa you're out of frame. You're out of frame? How are you out of frame?
What you know?
Who's out of frame?
I don't know. Bill said, Tori, tell Lisa you're out of frame.
I am not. I'm right here. Sorry
Yes,
for the
they
background
were
noise.
denied. Yes, that was the other thing. I kept going. The other thing was, which was good, that they were denied any compensation for lawyer fees in today's motion. In the order. Yep.
Alright.
So that was the other thing that happened that was in
Unprofessional?
favor. What?
Didn't you call Shockett unprofessional?
Yeah, he did. I don't have the motion in front of me, otherwise I'd read part of it.
I thought I saw a page.
I
from
was
it.
looking for it, but I didn't get it in time. I thought I had it, and then when I went right before coming live, I got the new motion, and I had the bar grievance thing, but I don't know what happened to the order. I had it today. Oh, hold on, let me check what's over there. What?
Where's her collar?
I don't know. You had the leash
I
on
put
her.
it back on her.
No. Guys, give me a second. Hold on. Hood, please. Tori, take over.
What am I taking over for? I don't know what
Because I
I'm
got
doing.
to talk.
Cheers to talk.
Hold on a sec.
What I'm doing here. I'm just sitting here. I am putting boxes together. I am having to make boxes to ship things in, because did you know that pirate ship has specific size boxes that you have to use? There's a minimum size box you can use, which is quite annoying. That I can't use just any size box. Yes, CPR got some good news today, folks. He went to the doctor, man. Let me see. Let me go back over here. Bill went to his pulmonologist and to check his pulmonary function. Bruce sent an email to Lucy. Okay, I'll tell her. I mean, to Lucy, to Lisa. I'll tell her. He went to his He went to go get his pulmonary function test done, and they were comparing it to last year. And usually they use it to see how much you have declined. But our Phil cannot be the normal dude. He has to be the freak of medical nature, and decided that his pulmonary function test would be better than what it was last year. He got better results than last year. And so that is really good news, because that's not the way it's supposed to work. So he improved. And we're excited about that. I was dancing with him today. not he was dancing in his head because something about legs, they got to function too. But he was dancing in his head, and when I was typing my email to him, I was dancing in my seat, because that is great news for Phil, that that CPR that's in our chat, that his pulmonary function test came back better than last year. So why do we pray, send good vibes, positive jujus, dance around the fires and everything, light candles and everything else for the people in these chats? That's why, so they can get better. I started to say something earlier, Phil, but then I was like, that's not my news to tell. But then when you said I could, I did, because I was excited about that. I love hearing great news. Love, love, love hearing great news. Yeah, we send the love, send the prayers, send the good. And I don't care what your religious beliefs are. Pray, send warm or positive juju, send healing vibes, healing energies, or whatever you want to do, because Phil is proof his pulmonary function test came back better this year than what it was last year, and that's a positive. I was telling good news.
Awesome news.
Yeah, because he had his pulmonary function test, and usually it's to see how much you declined, and his didn't decline, his got better. Because he wanted to be a freak of medical nature or something like that,
That's awesome. That's great news.
Yeah.
Email from Bruce.
And hello, people that I've not said anything to in the chat. I am actually wrapping packages to get them in the mail. And then I found out that some of the boxes I used, Pirate Ship won't accept them. They say a 4.5 by 4.5 by 4.5 is too small. Grr. So I'm putting them in a slightly bigger box so I can save money. But I don't have the right size boxes, so I'm making them.
I have the motion. It's really long. I basically just said it. So hang on. All right. So basically, with the motion to compel, the production of documents, Doc 52, is granted in part to the extent that defendants must, within 14 days of this order, produce to plaintiff any non-privileged documents within their possession, custody, or control that are responsive to plaintiff's requests for production numbers 5, 11, and 12, which is basically involving phone records, phone calls or whatever. And 2, plaintiff's motion to compel the production of documents, Doc 52, is denied in part as moot regarding plaintiff's request for production that defendants have responded to requests for production numbers 1 through 4, 6 through 10, and 13 through 20. Basically, what it is was Bruce and Shockett went over and had a discussion in regards to what they're going to, try and get from each other as far as discovery and documents or whatever. And they ixnayed all the other numbers, and just now what's left is numbers 5, 11, and 12 to produce, which was all about phone calls and whatnot. But also, let me go up a little bit here, because it does say, where is it? All right. It talks about Shaka basically being unprofessional, and he did not like the boilerplate objections that Bruce gave, which is, I've said. Defendant's objection to 3 discovery requests. Figure out what specific basically what it looked like was that the judge was looking for more specific objections, and he just got to him. This is what he's saying. that he got like this, he keeps using this boiler, like cut and paste objection. So they feel that it was improper. So the court will grant the motion to compel as to the 3 remaining requests. But that does not completely end the matter. However, because plaintiff's motion to compel requests an award of expenses, required parties conduct. Okay. All right. So because plaintiff's motion to compel requests an award of expenses under Rule 37A5A, when the court grants a motion to compel, it must, after giving an opportunity to be heard, require the party whose conduct necessitated the motion, the party or attorney advising that conduct, or both, to pay the movement's reasonable expenses incurred in making the motion, including attorney's fees. But the court should not order payment of expenses. They went to case law. Okay, so here the court has determined that the plaintiff's motion to compel should be granted, but an award of expenses would be unjust under the circumstances. More specifically, the court believes the plaintiff's counsel does not have entirely clean hands. According to defendant's response in an email exchange regarding attempts to resolve some of the issues raised in the motion, plaintiff's attorney responded, "I will never stipulate to anything that has no basis in the jurisprudence of the world. Please stop acting like you're not an attorney." And that was, it says Doc 59 at 2, emphasis is original. That was an entirely unprofessional response, and it is emblematic of the petty bickering that has permeated this litigation. It further appears that plaintiff's counsel failed to respond to an email sent by defendant's counsel in an effort to resolve some of the issues raised in the motion to compel. Just as the court will not countenance the lodging of improper boilerplate objection to discovery requests by defendant's counsel, it will not reward plaintiff's counsel for responding unprofessionally to attempts made by defendant's counsel to resolve the issues raised in the motion to compel. And that's it. So for the reasons above, it's ordered that the production of documents is granted in part as to the request for production for the numbers 5, 11, and 12. And the rest is denied in part as moot. So that's what the order was about today. I wasn't going to read the whole big portion of it. But so basically he's a little irritated with both sides, I think. But he completely ignored, a report of 7-1B conference and related efforts to narrow the issues in response to plaintiff's motion to compel. So let's see. Upon issuance of the order, doc number 53, to hold a live phone conference, the conference was scheduled for January 9th at 10 a.m. Counsel conferred on the phone for 90 minutes. Until that conference, the defendants did not understand many of the plaintiff's requests given their vagueness and the confusing language that some called for information in the nature of the interrogatories and some were too unspecific and overbroad to be able to determine what was being requested, making meaningful responses problematic. Following the conference, the defendants provided responses to 17 of the plaintiff's 20 document requests. Some responses were provided notwithstanding objections. 3 unresolved objections remained to requests, which was 5, 11, and 12. Following the conference on January 12th, the undersigned emailed the plaintiff's counsel to further narrow the issues. It has been your client's regular practice to show on YouTube any and all private communications of my client that he has obtained from any source. Are you willing to stipulate that any private communications, phone numbers, and other non-public information we provide will not be shown or read publicly on YouTube or shared with any third parties? If you will stipulate, I can determine our position in light of that stipulation. The plaintiff's counsel responded, "I will never stipulate to anything that has no basis in the jurisprudence of the world. Please stop acting like you're not an attorney." And I guess the judge did not like that because he mentioned that in his order. On January 20th, in the final effort, resolved the remaining issues on the motion to compel. The undersigned emailed the plaintiff's counsel that objections were being dropped to 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, and explaining the remaining issues with the other requests. The email concluded, "I'm available Monday after 10 a.m. and Tuesday until 12 noon for a phone call if necessary. If you would respond by email indicating any agreements, we can plan a call to discuss the remaining issues." No response was received. Amended discovery responses were served January 21, maintaining objections to only 3 requests, which were addressed here. The remaining unresolved document request objections is 5, that all phone records sufficient to show all phone numbers and providers you used during the relevant time period, and all documents including mobile phone billing records showing the calls you made or received during the relevant time period relating to the allegations in the complaint or in the plaintiff's responses in opposition to your motion for summary judgment. That includes all exhibits attached thereto. The objection was the request is not reasonably or narrowly tailored to seek discoverable relevant evidence, but is designed to place the defendants to unreasonable burden, and it is a classic fishing expedition for evidence in the support of claims. And then it referred to case law. How can the defendants know if a call related to the allegations in the complaint from a call log? This request seeks documents obtainable from third parties as easily or more easily than the defendants can obtain them, and or would require the defendants to create documents that do not exist. This request would impose on the defendants the burden of going through phone call logs since January 1st, 2020, and somehow knowing which individual calls related to the allegations in this case, which is impossible. Even if just providing the phone logs without identifying specific entries as relating to the allegations, this request would divulge every single phone call the defendant made or received, which would enable the plaintiff to call any number to determine whom it belongs to and to ask whoever answers on the other end whatever he wants about the defendants to use for whatever purpose he wants, such as YouTube content. This is a license for him to invade the defendant's privacy and use whatever information he finds out for whatever purposes he wishes. There is no reasonable expectation of discovering any admissible evidence, nor is the request narrowly tailored for that purpose. The burden of this request outweighs any benefit because the plaintiff cannot explain what relevant evidence he expects to discover through this request. The defendants further object because the plaintiff's current complaint and the summary judgment opposition collectively contain the totality of alleged statements by the defendant for which plaintiff claims A, defamation, B, extortion, claims to be dismissed, and C, tortious interference. If any are actionable, there will be no need for him to invade the defendant's private communications in search of evidence. There is no apparent connection to any of these claims or the factual allegations underlying them with the request for all communications relating to the plaintiff since January 1st, 2020, or for any time period. Nothing the plaintiff can discover in private communications will magically change the non-actionable statements identified in the complaint and summary judgment opposition into actionable ones. Rather, this request is a classic fishing expedition. The defendants further object because as public figure, the plaintiff is not entitled to insert into a court document a hodgepodge of statements he finds offensive or are critical of him, but which are not remotely actionable by a public figure, cram them into attenuated, I can't even say that right, my tongue is so dry. All right, cram them into legal claims, and then use that as justification to invade private lives and communications in search of who knows what for his use, who knows how, although his regular practice is to make YouTube content, doxing private communications involving the defendants that he procures from any source. The defendants further object because the plaintiff's purpose for this request is to burden the defendants and the plaintiff's intent and motive to abuse abuse and exploit litigation for ulterior purposes was admitted by him publicly. A lawsuit isn't to win a lawsuit. It's to make you spend all your money on a lawyer and bankrupt you. That's what the win is. I could care less if I win in court. If I win in court situation, my goal is to make sure you have no money. That's the goal of the lawsuit. Now, number 11 was documents sufficient to show the number of online views and or impressions of any post or any of your social media accounts, including but not limited to YouTube accounts, Rumble accounts, Twitter accounts, Facebook accounts during the relevant time period. Objections. Are they all the same objections? Hang on. No, okay. The defendants object because this request places the defendants to the burden of screenshotting every single post since January 1st, 2020 from all of these apps without specifying a single post that, for example, constitutes defamation, extortion, interference, or anything relevant to any claims in this case. There is no requirement for the defendants to create documents that do not exist in order to respond to discovery requests. Therefore, the burden of the request outweighs any expected benefit. This request is not reasonably or narrowly tailored to seek undiscoverable relevant evidence, but is designed to place the defendant to unreasonable burden and time consumption, and is the classic fishing expedition for evidence in support of claims. The defendant objects because its burden outweighs the possible benefit, any possible benefit. And it refers to case law. And let's go to number 12. 12 is mobile phone records sufficient to show all phone number and providers you used between January 1st, 2021 to date, and all documents, including mobile phone billing records showing the calls you made or received between January 1st, 2021 to date relating to the plaintiff by name or otherwise. The objections. This request is not reasonably or narrowly tailored to seek discoverable relevant evidence, but it is designed to place the defendant to unreasonable burden and time consumption, and it is a classic fishing expedition for evidence in support of claims. How can the defendants know if a call related to the plaintiff from a call log? This request would impose on defendants the burden of going through phone call logs since January 1st, 2020, and somehow knowing which individual calls related to the plaintiff in this case, which is impossible. Even if just providing the phone logs without identifying specific entries as relating to the plaintiff, this request would divulge every single phone call the defendants made or received, which would enable the plaintiff to call any number to determine whom it belonged to and ask whoever answers on the other end whatever he wants about the defendants to use for whatever purpose he wants, such as YouTube content. This is a license for him to invade the defendant's privacy and use whatever information he finds out for whatever purpose he wishes. There is no reasonable expectation of discovering any admissible evidence, nor is the request narrowly tailored for that purpose. The burden of this request outweighs any benefit because the plaintiff has not even explained what evidence he believes he will discover that is relevant to proving the claims in his lawsuit. The defendants further object because the plaintiff's current complaint and the summary judgment opposition collectively contain the totality of alleged statements by the defendant for which plaintiff claims A, defamation, B, extortion, claims to be dismissed, and C, tortious interference. If any are actionable, there will be no need for him to invade the defendant's private communication in search of evidence. There is no apparent connection to any of these claims or the factual allegations underlying them with the request for all communications relating to the plaintiff since January 1st, 2020. Nothing the plaintiff can discover in private communications will magically change the non-actionable statements identified in the complaint and summary judgment opposition into actionable ones. Rather, this request is classic fishing expedition. The defendants further object because as public figure, the plaintiff is not entitled to insert into a court document a hodgepodge. This is the same thing as before. The defendants further object because the plaintiff's purpose for this request is to burden the defendants and the plaintiff's intent and motive to abuse and exploit litigation for the ulterior purpose which was admitted by him publicly. Okay, so it's the same one for, now I see why he says the cut and paste thing. But it's the same objections. So, C. Response to motion to compel. Under Federal Rule Civil Procedure 26, parties may obtain discovery regarding any non-privileged matter that is relevant to any party's claim or defense and proportional to the needs of the case. In determining proportionality, the court considers several factors, including the importance of the issues at stake in the action, the amount in controversy, the parties' relative access to relevant information, the parties' resources, the importance of discovery and resolving the issues, and whether the burden or expense of the proposed discovery outweighs its likely benefit. Federal, whatever, 26BB1, not BB, it's B1. Information within the scope of discovery need not be admissible in evidence to be discoverable. Notably, although the scope of discovery is broad, the discovery rules do not permit the parties to go on a fishing expedition. Porter versus Ray case law. Rule 34 only requires production of documents already in existence. So wouldn't you just have to prove whatever documents are in existence for 5, 11, and 12? It doesn't have to be like put out there like that. I don't know. Anyway, so this is the part that what I just read, and there's more, but you get the idea. And it's all it's all like pretty much the same for 5, 11, and 12. And
outside, I would have a problem with them wanting my my phone number from someone else when I don't give my phone number out.
Right. Absolutely. You know, I think it's bullshit that they can even.
I would have a problem with the courts giving someone I do not authorize to have my phone number.
Yeah, look, does everybody want, you know, who the hell wants Jeremy Hales to have their phone number? You know what I mean? He's not the person you want.
Phone number unless I explicitly give it to him.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. But I just think this bullshit. You're going back, like, first of all, good luck with the same person. You know, not many people have the same phones. You know what I mean? And with that, you lose your messages, you lose contacts if you didn't save them. What I know now is like the newer phones can just do that easier than they used to be able to. And if you didn't have like a good company, like a lot of people had, like the cheap phones or the smaller company phones where they didn't offer a lot of those ways to do that. Like you had to just, retype in your contacts, things like that. I mean, we're going back how many years now? Like 5 years that they want this. Are they out of their minds? One thing I do know, believe it or not, my number is not in her call log, so that's fine. And I only know that because I don't talk to her via my phone. So, I mean, so everybody has to worry about, Jeremy and his team getting their numbers now, And the fact is, they're literally on a fishing expedition by asking for all this information. I mean, Bruce is completely right. Completely right. So, I think it's bullshit that this is even going on. They want you, that whole thing there. Like they don't show you evidence at all. They want you to provide it to them. And Jeremy probably thought all along they'll get it from them. They'll subpoena their records. They'll subpoena this, subpoena that. But here's the thing. Good luck. I don't know what he thinks he's really going to get. How much you really think that is still there? Lord knows I don't have that kind of information. So I mean, how does he expect Michelle and them to have it? Phone records, phone bills, whatever. I mean, I guess I can get my bills printed out, but what's that going to tell him? It's not going to give him the call logs. I don't have my billing set up like that where it gives you all numbers called. I don't have that option on mine. No need. I need the calls. I really don't need it. The phone company has everything. Well, I guess if they want to subpoena it and stuff, they can. But like if I go looking into my account, I don't have a list of calls that I can go look at to look for an old number or whatever. I don't have a list of my calls. you could actually add that as like a I don't know, it's like $1, $2 a month or something like that. I don't know. But you could actually add that to your account. But for like, let's just say they want Michelle to go and print out her call logs or something like that, or go into her billing and print that out and expect there's going to be call logs there. It doesn't mean she's going to have them. Now, they could probably subpoena that, or you can get that on your own. It used to be you had to subpoena that shit, but I'm sure you can get it on your own. It's just like what I can tell you right now is if I log into my phone account, I cannot see calls I made. It could be requested, but I clean out my call logs constantly. But yeah, so anyway, was this a motion to get everything, or was this ordered by the judge? This was a motion. Okay, so they did a motion to compel. Jeremy wants all this stuff. Like they want every phone record that she's ever spoken to in 5 years. Phone record that includes like anything on apps, Twitter, Messenger, Facebook, everything and anything. Screenshots, her from every account she may have had or has or whatever. He wants everything. Yeah. And yeah, so it's like there's privileged information involved in all that. So I'm just thinking to myself, what does he actually think he's gonna get? What's he gonna get? He's not entitled to conversations between her and her sister. He's not entitled with conversations between her and Bruce. What does he think he's gonna get? Doctor info? No, that's not gonna happen. Like, what does he think he's gonna get? It's just, to me, it's just more paperwork, more content to go over, litigation, pile them up. Pile them up, pile them up. That's all. It's just bullshit. You can only get stuff related to the case, period. Right. So that's what I'm thinking. So, like, related to the case. So he had an issue with her from May of 2023, and he filed this lawsuit in March of 2024. So you're talking, he should really only have any type of records from May to March, in my eyes. Because whatever happened from May to March is what prompted him to file a lawsuit, right? He can't go for anything after that. He can't take anything after the time he filed. This should have already been, this should have already happened prior to him filing, because that's what he's taking her to court for. Good night, Ray. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right now, they have to provide all that's asked for in 14 days within reason, anything that's not privileged. So I don't think there's going to be much there, to be honest with you.
That means if they discussed Harley's health, that's privileged.
Right.
Just saying. Finances, that Bruce can correct me on
These
that.
requests until present. Oh. I know dang well it's not going to be nothing with me on there, so I'm not on her phone records.
I'm not on her phone records, and if I was, I would be sending a letter to the judge telling him that my information can't be shared with Jeremy Hales.
Let me see. Why does he need records? Remember, he said he's had page after page after page of proof. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Fishing for the evidence that he's already claimed to have had.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That is plain to see. And if the judge can't see that, the judge isn't looking.
I think he does see it. I think, and I'm pretty sure, Bruce probably don't like the order today, or at least the part where he says the copy and paste part, the cut and paste thing. But I do see where he's saying it. I think, in my opinion, I think that he wanted to see more of an opposition rather than probably the same things. The motion has not been granted. The motion has been granted. So they have to provide 5, 11, and 12, which is the phone calls and like screenshots of whatever account she has on social media.
So if
which
they're non-specific, she
she
can
really
only
don't.
give what she thinks is correct. That they're
Right.
looking for.
Right. Anything that has to do with Jeremy House.
So she can do her best guess at giving them what she thinks they need since they were non-specific.
Correct. And if you notice, with what I was trying to say with the part that what I think Bruce thinks the judge wasn't looking at, was he was asking Shaka to be more specific, you know? And it was just very like out there. You're mixing up that response with the original objections that led to the motion to compel. Well, would you like to come on here and tell us, Bruce? I think I was just getting to that, actually. You got a link? Come on here and tell me what I'm mixing up. There he is. There you go. What am I mixing up?
Okay, look, what his order is talking about is the objections that I originally sent to Shockett in response to his discovery request, which were vague, ambiguous, and overbroad, and everything that the standard boilerplate objections cover. Then he filed the motion to compel. Wait a minute. Then he filed the motion to compel, taking advantage of Palomop, but only after refusing 4 separate written requests by me to have a live, phone conference to narrow the issues prior to filing a motion to compel. He stood on his nope, nothing but written communications policy. So I wasn't really able to, figure out from talking to him what he was looking for and how I could meaningfully respond. And so he forges ahead with the motion to. Hello?
You just said that you weren't able to figure out what he wanted. Mm-hmm.
All right. So he forges ahead with a motion to compel. And then that leads to the order, and then my response was I forget if I responded, but he leads to the order saying you better confer live on the phone, and so, and then the defendant better report the results of that conference, and if there's any remaining objections that haven't been agreed on, then there will be a response to the motion to compel, and there will be a hearing. And he doesn't say remote hearing; he just says there will be a hearing. All right, so.
Right.
We spend 90 minutes, and then I spend about 30 hours. I would estimate about 30 hours preparing what you're reading. To basically, I figured this is what the magistrate was telling us to do, like all of this, so that I can make meaningful responses and meaningful objections after having a live conference that had to be ordered by him after a motion to compel was filed. After he refused Shockett to confer with me. So all of this happened because of Shockett refusing to confer with me. And then we go through this whole rigmarole with a 90-minute thing. And then I filed these response to the motion to compel just on three remaining overreaching requests, fishing expedition.
5, 11, and 12. But that's what I was
all
just
of that. After all of that, after all that work I do, the judge basically acts like the only objections were the ones that were originally filed, which were the more boilerplate objections, the overly burdensome, does not seek relevant evidence, things like that, which were actually on point. But for some reason, he's got a thing about boilerplate objections. So, but why go through all of this process? And then he basically just goes back to that point in time. And ignores all of these arguments and reasons substantively, as well as the contents of the requests. He just says, "Oh no, they were a boilerplate objection, so overruled." And all this work and all these objections and substantive responses you did don't matter. So I don't get it. But in any event, the order requires us to produce documents within possession, custody, and control. So. There's no document possession, custody, or control. So, it's a very strange situation. I have to deal with it. But I'm going to hang up and let you. I wanted to clear up that what you're referring to, cut and paste. No. 5 and 12 are exactly almost the same requests. But what you read are not the cut and paste boilerplate objections. What you read were the renewed objection, amended responses that Shaka and I agreed I would produce. I would supply after our conference. These were the substantive, detailed, not the boilerplate. Those were the ones
You
that were
object to
originally.
this order?
Huh?
Bonnie's asking if you can object to this order.
No, I could, no, I don't know. I have to think about it, but not object to the order, but how to respond. How to respond to the request. And of course, they're listening to this, and they're going to go, God only knows, but it doesn't matter. I just wanted to clear that up because you were conflating the original objections with the substantive one.
Because I didn't read the beginning of that, I was actually wondering where the originals were.
Yeah, well, those were never filed. Those don't get filed. Those might have been filed by him in the motion. They might have been attached to his motion to compel. Right. Okay, so you could look from there. All right, but I'm going to hang up because
that's why when they said there was an email from you, I thought that's what you were trying to show me. Okay, now I get why that was. But It is, the answer is pretty much the same exact thing. I mean, what else are you supposed to say?
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. So, but it wasn't just the terse boilerplate, language. It was, detail, and this is what we mean. Anyway, I'm going to hang up because the real, there's a new motion filed because in light of the dismissal of the extortion. Huh?
You don't want to go over it with us since you're here?
No, I don't. I'm gonna hang up for that. Okay.
Okay.
Good night.
All right. Good night. All right. So that's what I thought when he sent me the email. That's what I thought it was. That's why I was reading it that way. But okay, gotcha. Got it. Are we all on board? Do we all get it now? All right. So as we said, there is a new motion. And let me grab the hat. That I do have intact here. And I started to read it before. Are you there, Tori?
Yes, I am.
Motion to suppress an attempt to keep certain statements or evidence from being introduced as evidence. See, I would think that too. I'm going to highlight that so Bruce could, see it? Whoops, not that one. Sorry, Keith. Hi, by the way. There it is, Vanessa. Maybe Bruce can answer it in the chat because he's probably there. All right. So I'm going to go on with this. All right. So this was filed this evening. This is a memorandum of law in support of motion to dismiss under FRCP 12B1. Okay. So the defendants moved to dismiss this lawsuit pursuant to, I can actually show this so you can read along with me. I'm sorry. Let me show this one. I believe that would be it. Here we go. Let's get this. There we go. Cool. All right, so let me just move my window over so I can see it better. Okay. So it says, if I zoom in, that's not gonna let me zoom in there. All right, can you guys see it okay? All right, so the defendants moved to dismiss this lawsuit pursuant to FRCP 12B1 on the grounds that federal diversity jurisdiction under 28 USC 1332 clearly does not exist in light of A, dismissal of the plaintiff's extortion claims, eliminating any possible recovery of treble damages or attorney fees, B, the now established falsity of the plaintiff's statement alleging online posts by the defendants accusing the plaintiff of being a child predator, which false statement was made in affidavit doc 8-1, paragraph 19, to overcome the defendant's first 12B1 motion and in reliance on which the court denied that motion. C, the plaintiff's admission that the allegation the defendants used their defamatory statements to persuade plaintiff's customers to stop supporting his business does not refer to any additional actions or conduct apart from simply making the alleged statements. And D, the plaintiff's admission that he has not even attempted to contact Whatnot, the only contract he identified, although it arose long after the complaint was filed, to find out if the defendants did anything to interfere with his contract. In addition to gutting the $75,000 minimum amount in controversy necessary to sustain federal jurisdiction under 28 U.S.C. 1332, these grounds also pertain to the issue of the plaintiff's bad faith in invoking federal jurisdiction in the first place, such that the court should not retain jurisdiction even if it has discretion to do so. A, dismissal for lack of subject matter jurisdiction is warranted at any point. Although the court previously denied a 12b1 motion at the outset of the litigation, Doc 14, concluding that the allegations suffice to meet the federal diversity jurisdictional minimum amount in controversy of $75,000, where it has become clear that the plaintiff cannot meet the jurisdictional minimum, dismissal is warranted for lack of subject matter jurisdiction under 28 U.S.C. 1332. Because the federal courts are without power to act in the absence of subject matter jurisdiction, a court must raise the question of subject matter jurisdiction sua sponte at any point when jurisdiction appears to be in doubt. Smith versus GT Corp. Federal case, whatever. When the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction, it cannot proceed at all, but can only note the jurisdictional defect and dismiss the suit. Steel Co. versus Citizens for a Better Environment. And also, case refers to case Casilla versus Winter. And also, Hunters Run Prop Owners Association versus Central Line Real Estate. Okay. The court lacks subject matter jurisdiction. The court raises issues sua sponte. This is all case law. May be raised by a party, by a court, or its own. Okay. The dismissal of the plaintiff's extortion claim removed treble damages and attorney fees as part of the minimum amount in controversy calculation. The court's decision denying the motion to dismiss was based largely on the potential recovery of treble damages plus attorney fees on the now dismissed extortion claim. Additionally, plaintiff has brought a claim under Florida Civil Remedies for Criminal Practices Act based on defendant's alleged acts of extortion. If plaintiff prevails on that claim, he may receive treble damages. See Florida Statute 772.1041. Courts should consider the availability of treble damages when deciding if the amount in controversy requirement has been met. And it refers to case law here, must include alleged treble damages available under Florida law and calculating the amount in controversy. Okay. Plaintiff also has sought attorney's fees under Florida Civil Remedies for Criminal Practices Act. The Act provides that a successful plaintiff may receive reasonable attorney fees. Florida Statute 772.1041, and the 11th Circuit has stated that when a statute authorizes the recovery of attorney fees, a reasonable amount of those fees is included in the amount in controversy. Thus, the court may include a reasonable amount of plaintiff's attorney fees in deciding whether the amount in controversy has been met here. When the possible actual damages are combined with the possible treble damages and the possible reasonable attorney's fees, the court easily finds it's more likely than not that the amount in controversy exceeds $75,000. Hales versus Alex Preston. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Given the court's dismissal of these claims, there is no potential for treble damages and attorney fees for extortion or any damages for extortion, and so these are no longer part of the amount in controversy calculation for purposes of diversity jurisdiction. See Cohen versus Office Depot. And when the amount in controversy substantially depends on claim for attorney's fees, that claim should receive heightened scrutiny. And then C.F. Packer explaining when a punitive damages claim comprises the bulk of the amount in controversy and may have been colorably asserted solely or primarily for jurisdictional purposes, that claim should be given particularly close scrutiny. Okay. As it is clear from the court's order dismissing counts 3 and 4 for extortion, doc number 63, these claims are completely baseless from the outset. They were interposed despite there being no statement made by either defendant supporting these claims. They should not continue to be considered for purposes of subject matter jurisdiction. The plaintiff falsely averred the defendants made online posts accusing him of being a child predator in order to overcome lack of jurisdiction. In denying the defendant's 12B1 motion, the court noted the following claims in determining that the $75K minimum amount in controversy was established. Plaintiff claims that the defendant have engaged in coordinated and extensive campaigns to defame, harass, extort, threaten, and injure him in his social media business. More specifically, plaintiff alleges defendant Cook posted large collection of sex toys and stated plaintiff was selling them. Defendant Cook posted online, plaintiff, would you like me to post a picture of my butt in your partner's mouth? You can't take this down. Defendant Preston created, posted through the community signs saying things like, plaintiff raped my daughter, plaintiff needs to go, no child rapists in Levy County, and stop plaintiff, no rapists in Levy County. Defendants Cook and Preston have made online posts calling plaintiff a child predator, and those posts are constant and ongoing to this day. Hales versus Alexis Preston, blah, blah, blah. August 26, 2024. Okay. The citation for plaintiff's support for the final bullet point is to the plaintiff's affidavit, Doc 8-1, filed with his opposition to the first 12B motion. The complaint itself did not allege any online posts calling the plaintiff a child predator, either specifically or generally. The plaintiff fabricated the allegation out of thin air about online posts calling me a child predator in order to influence the outcome of the 12B1 motion, and the court's decision demonstrates it was, in fact, influenced by this false statement in denying the motion. Defendants have allegedly engaged in a public and coordinated campaign to ruin plaintiff's successful social media business by, among other things, repeatedly, both online and in the real world, falsely accusing him of being a rapist and a child rapist. There are few accusations that could be more harmful to a person than false accusations of sexually abusing others, especially children. That is particularly true when the falsely accused person's business and source of income are directly tied to the number of people who view, support, and subscribe to his local media, social media content. It is not difficult to see how being falsely accused of raping children, along with other defamatory statements defendants have allegedly made, could cause plaintiff to suffer damages in excess of $75,000. Hales versus Preston. Okay, since the court's decision of August 26, 2024, the plaintiff has revealed that he has no evidence to support that either of the defendants have made online posts calling him a child predator, either before or after this lawsuit was filed. During his December 19, 2024 deposition in the Pensacola Federal Courthouse, the plaintiff acknowledged having no examples to cite other than supposedly a YouTube live stream he had watched the evening before. Question. Okay, in paragraph 19, you write, Mr. Cook and Mrs. Preston online's posts calling me a child predator are constant and ongoing to this day, correct? Jeremy said correct. What online post calling you a child predator are you referring to most recently to this day? Well, there was an entire live stream last night calling me a pedophile for over 5 hours that you were a part of, and so were your clients. So to this day, which went past midnight, into this day, which is posted online on YouTube currently right now, this day. Are you referring to any Facebook posts? You asked me online posts. So Facebook, YouTube, all of the social media platforms are online postings. YouTube was last night and this morning to this very day. You identified last night's YouTube stream. Are there more? Most recently before that, what would be an online post calling you a child predator? I would have to go back and look. There's so much information for me to go through. If you would have prepped me for this question, I could have been better prepared. That cracks me up because Shaka should have prepared him, not Bruce. And then Bruce says, and then you state their behavior is escalating and they're harassing me in Ohio and in Florida. Did I read that correctly? Is there something other or more recent in Ohio? Well, the aspect of online harassment has no boundaries in regards to states and countries. See transcript exhibit A attached. here too. If the YouTube live stream of December 18, 2024, that the plaintiff referred to in his deposition on December 19th contains evidence of statements by the defendants accusing him of being a child predator, he can and should identify it in response to this motion. 1 second, please. They were. And they were on the counter. I just saw them there. Okay, so we found them. All right, so the statements of he can and should identify it in response to this motion. Let's say because defendants have offered evidence outside the pleadings to rebut jurisdictional 7-8 allegations contained herein, plaintiff respond in kind with evidence, e.g., extrinsic evidence such as testimony and affidavits. Okay. To prove by a preponderance of evidence that jurisdiction tangibly exists in respective. He's talking about our live.
We've never called him a pedo. We've actually said the opposite.
Yeah, we've actually defended that. So he said that we called him a pedo for 5 hours.
That's a lie. Show me the stream.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's the one that he's talking about when Bruce says, so this is the 19th. He's talking about December 18th. There's a 5-hour lie. He's such a liar. Anyway, let us go to the free respondent of the evidence that jurisdiction tangibly exists irrespective of the complaint's allegation. And they were sourced in hotel, blah, blah, blah. So it's McCormick explaining that the party invoking the court's jurisdiction must prove by a preponderance of the evidence facts supporting the existence of federal jurisdiction. Okay. Regardless of a live stream that conveniently occurred the evening before his live deposition, the plaintiff's statement in paragraph 19 of his affidavit was false and interposed in bad faith specifically to overcome the 12B1 motion, with no ability to support it at the time it was made, and nothing identified to support it since. See Doc 8 through 9, paragraph 19. Okay. To continue to retain jurisdiction based on a known false statement would encourage such abusive invocation and exploitation of federal jurisdiction. This is especially so for a litigant such as the plaintiff, who publicly admitted in reference to suing the present defendants that he files litigations not to win, but to vex and impose financial burden on his opponents. See transcript Exhibit B attached here too. Okay. Without online posts, the only real-world alleged false accusations to the plaintiff being a child predator are the roadside signs allegedly found staked in the grass in the early morning of May 13th, 2023. The only evidence the plaintiff has produced is that 3 people found and removed the signs. See docs 24-2, 24-3, and 24-4. Those are the signs, the picture of the signs. The plaintiff admits that none of the 3 believed the statements written on the signs were true. See transcript. I'm sorry, Exhibit C attached here too. I have them. I just have to open them up. You admit that Zim Padgett, Stephen Granger, and Therese Granger don't believe the statements on the signs, correct? A, correct. Even if it's assumed that the signs were written and posted by the defendants, that some cars drove by the 41 minutes of daylight before the signs were removed, the plaintiff testified he plans to produce a traffic study. That some of those cars' occupants noticed the signs, read them, and knew whom they referred to. Some do not even mention the plaintiff's name. That one or more of these cars' occupants that read the signs knew whom they referred to, believed the statements. This would not establish a minimum amount of controversy of $75,000. The plaintiff admitted in his deposition that he cannot identify a single person who saw, understood, and believed the signs. Question, how are you going to prove that anyone saw the signs while posted in the ground other than those 3 people? I think number 1, common sense. There are major roads. There have been many studies done on those major roads in regards to whether Otter Creek needs a light or not. And those studies are all public information. So the aspect that people were driving on roads, common sense tells you it's a road. People drive on it and people saw it. And not only is it just a road, it's very heavy traffic in the road. I'm so sorry this makes me laugh. And so traffic studies. So my next question is, can you name anybody by name, an individual? You can certainly say cars drove by, but can you identify any person other than Zim Paget, Therese Granger, or Stephen Granger that saw the signs as they were posted, yes or no? If anybody else comes forward, I will name them. So that's a no. See, the plaintiff admitted the defendants did nothing to use their alleged statements to persuade customers to stop supporting the plaintiff's business. In denying the first 12B1 motion, the court noted plaintiff further alleges that defendants have used their defamatory statements to persuade plaintiff's customers to stop supporting his business. Document 1 at 8, Hales versus Upton. Okay. In this December 19th deposition, the plaintiff acknowledged that other than the alleged defamatory statements themselves, there was no additional action being alleged that constituted the defendants using the statements to interfere with the plaintiff's customer relationships, just the making of statements. Question: apart from the statements themselves, what did Preston and Cook do that you're describing as, quote, using their defamatory statements to persuade Hales' customer to stop supporting Hales? Hey, please rephrase your question. Yes. Other than the actual statement itself that they make and you reference here, what are they doing to use those statements to persuade people to not support you? The statement of Jeremy Hales, rape my daughter, is more than enough to persuade a customer not to support me. Nothing else needs to be said or done. And that's Exhibit E. Thus, using the defamatory statements to persuade customers is nothing more than a contrived phrase devoid of any substantive meaning beyond allegedly making the statements. It provides no basis for consideration as adding to the minimum amount in controversy for purpose of federal diversity jurisdiction. And E, the plaintiff admitted to not having attempted to learn of any interference by the defendants with whatnot, the only contract he identified. The plaintiff identified only one contract he claims the defendants interfered with, whatnot, but admitted in his deposition that he did not contact whatnot to learn if either of the defendants had done anything to interfere with his contract. See Exhibit F, attached here too. Do you have any evidence that John Cook made direct contact with whatnot of any kind at any time? I will contact whatnot and find out who contacted them. Do you have any evidence that Michelle Preston, Lynette Preston, contacted whatnot directly at any time? I have evidence of your client saying, report everything that I do, which we actually looked at in your exhibits earlier here this morning. Do you have evidence that Lynette Michelle Preston directly contacted whatnot? I will contact whatnot and find out if she did. Wouldn't he know all this? The plaintiff has thus far refused to produce a copy of the whatnot contract in response to the defendant's discovery request. F. Sorry, let me take a sip. My mouth is dry. Exercising supplemental jurisdiction is not warranted. There was never a basis for federal question jurisdiction, notwithstanding the citation of 28 U.S.C. 1331 in the complaint as a basis for jurisdiction. Therefore, this is not a case where the federal court can exercise supplemental jurisdiction after dismissing federal claims that unquestionably conferred original federal jurisdiction. Rather, this is a case where false allegations, which were not even included in the complaint, were specifically fabricated to include in an affidavit to overcome a motion to dismiss challenging diversity jurisdiction. See Doc 8-1, paragraph 19. The online posts were vaguely conjured because the alleged real-world accusations made against him by the defendants, road signs seen by 3 people who didn't believe them, fall far short of establishing damages of $75,000. If some event subsequent to the complaint reduces the amount in controversy, such as the dismissal of one count based on the defendant's answer, the court must then decide in its discretion whether to retain jurisdiction over the remainder of the case. Shanahan versus Cahill. In particular, it's important to consider whether the amount claimed in the complaint was made in good faith or whether plaintiff was consciously relying on flimsy grounds to get into federal court. Rosado versus Wyman. Shanahan, not Shenanigans. Shanahan versus Cahill. As the information provided in this motion clearly shows, the plaintiff's claim of indeterminate damage exceeding 75,000 was not made in good faith, but was based on flimsy grounds to get into federal court, where there was no reason the claims could not have been pursued in state court without issues of jurisdiction. Given the plaintiff's use of this litigation to generate ongoing, almost daily content for his YouTube videos, it appears possible that federal court was chosen because of the prospect of content-generating proceedings over the issue federal jurisdiction. Regardless of the outcome, with the worst-case scenario for the plaintiff, that he would have to refile his claims in state court to further exploit litigation for content. As there is no bar to the plaintiff refiling his claims in state court, the critical factor also weighs in favor of dismissal for lack of jurisdiction under 28 U.S.C. 1332, Shanahan versus Cahill. See also Vines versus Mount Terre Farms, Inc. Upholding dismissal of remaining counts following granting of a summary judgment motion that reduced the amount of controversy to below the threshold under 28 U.S.C. 1332. We hold that the record supports the district court's conclusion that any possible damages for lost wages for Vine's 2-day suspension would fall below the $75,000 threshold necessary to invoke the court's diversity jurisdiction under 28 U.S.C. 1332. Thus, we affirm the district court's holding to dismiss this claim with instruction to refile in state court. Conclusion. Federal jurisdiction was invoked by the plaintiff with no basis for claiming extortion in the first place, and the plaintiff made a false statement in his affidavit intended specifically to influence the outcome of the first 12b1 motion. In light of the contrived basis on which the plaintiff invoked federal jurisdiction, plus the inclusion of a false statement in his affidavit to influence jurisdiction, and because he cannot possibly establish $75,000 in damages, the court should dismiss this case for lack of subject matter jurisdiction. Defendants by Preston Cook, by Bruce Matson. There you go. Lana, any questions? I think that was pretty self-explanatory there. Crazy, right?
That's one way to put it.
Absolutely crazy. So, I mean, I think this is a great motion. That is absolutely fabulous. I mean, it literally changed the game with those counts being dropped. Totally changed the game. Now, I mean, I guess it's obviously up to the judge to decide, but I mean, Bruce proves his points right there. You know? So, thank you, King Paco. My voice is like super hoarse now, but thank you. I think that's a great job, man. Good job. And now we just got to see what the magistrate's going to say. We'll see how fair he truly is. Is he the judge of truth? We'll see. I mean, I would expect that, you know, he'll say Bruce is right. I mean, clearly. Bruce may have literally just pointed it out, and maybe the judge will say, see, I can't play these games with you anymore. You know, and say, granted, case dismissed. Can you imagine? Tomorrow, we could literally just wake up to case dismissed.
That would be kind of hilarious, actually.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be so like, wait a minute, what just happened here? Wouldn't that be a hoot? I think Germ's turning purple right now. I think Lana's correct. Then what will happen to Polymop?
Who's that?
Who's Polymop?
Yeah.
Polymop is the protraction of litigation, multiplication of proceedings. Yeah, I just lost the game right there. What?
Had he been paying attention?
I know, right?
My Flutter.
What? What did Marla say? Hang on.
Annoying.
Let's see, what did Marla say? JH took the 2 signs in the black bag to the sheriff station. A day or 2 later, they rejected them as not having a chain of custody.
Yep.
I notice he never mentioned that.
You're supposed to actually, I don't know, call the police before you touch evidence.
Yeah. And it's so weird how Therese Granger told everybody that it was too dark to take a picture of them. And then somehow a picture
After we
arose.
pointed out it wasn't.
Yeah. Somehow a picture arose of her husband. And you know that those two are buddies, right? They're
He
two
was
devious
holding-
buddies.
He was touching the sign like he was
Yeah.
holding it in the dirt.
Yeah. I just find it odd. She totally said that in the chat. And then all of a sudden there's a picture of him. And you know it's him holding it because you can tell by his shirt. He was live that night. He was wearing this. That's really weird. He was live the same night. Here's my question about the signs. Okay, so there were signs put out because of voting, right? Voting was over. What the hell were these signs put out for on Mother's Day morning? What was the point of doing any of these signs? Jeremy wasn't being voted on for anything. What was the point of anybody putting any signs out about him anywhere?
It fit the bad neighbor narrative.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
You know what? We know what it doesn't make sense is that why would anybody in their right mind go and use their own handwriting to write up signs in
Right.
their own fucking town? If they were clever enough, they would have did pasties, like cut out letters.
Right,
Yeah. If they were, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it
So-
just doesn't make sense to me. There's no reason. There was no, was Jeremy doing something? Was he running for? Now, over the course of all this time, of course, somebody had said he was running, and I'm like, what position was he running for? What are you talking about? Jeremy wasn't running for town council. Not that I've heard.
What was he
You know?
saying about?
So why would anybody put these signs up? It just, why? Why that day? Why at that moment? And why, when he was there the day before, he leaves and comes back the following day? So he was gone for what, a period of maybe 40 hours? 48
What
hours,
was he
we'll
saying
give?
the other day about her being what do you call it? Where you're like in the like a celebrity or something, like
Public figure.
a public figure
Yeah.
and all this stuff.
Oh, he was saying that, so she was a public figure, now she wasn't a public figure, and now she's going to come back into being a public figure. It's like, dude,
She's the
you made her a public figure. You did it. Like, all this crap he did. He created all the stencils, Bearded Fisherman said. That's what you meant, stencils?
stencil.
You could use stencils. That's what the other person did, because somebody has a problem or had a problem. I don't know if they fixed it yet. But when we were there, remember there was a
Yeah, but
sign
it's
up
such a
about the
small
town
town.
clerk?
Everybody knows one another. So
Yeah,
how
I
can
mean,
you be-
it's really
it's
small,
not like
guys.
she's running
Like,
for the board for the city of Miami or something.
the date of this motion that I just read, today's date. I thought I saw somebody else say something. I'm getting to. I'm looking into part off mayorship. Yeah, Hi, Lisa. It was full daylight when they supposedly found Zim tagged it and removed the signs along the highway. They may have put them out in the dark, though. Well, see, that's what was weird. See, here's the other thing. Therese and Brett Granger both signed affidavits saying that they found signs across from the schoolhouse. Okay? Jeremy is in a video claiming that there were no signs put anywhere near his properties, and the reasons why is because whoever put them out knew that there were cameras there. So why would they put them by any of his properties? Okay, so that right there is a lie. Who's lying? Therese and Brett or Jeremy? Why were there 3 signs to start off with, and then there turned out to be 7? Now there's 11 or 13. That's weird. Why did Therese say that her and Brett were driving to work that morning at 7:30 in the morning? It was a Sunday. The work was the post office. She no longer worked at the post office at that time. She had supposedly been fired. So why were they going to work at the post office at 7 o'clock in the morning? And she's claiming it was $2 to take a picture, but obviously a picture popped up. So they go by, they see these signs right at the schoolhouse. They know Deanna better than Zim. So instead of her going to Deanna to give it to her, right there at the schoolhouse where they got them, they decide to give it to Zim. Why did they involve Zim anyway? I don't believe that the signs were ever put out either. One of the signs looked like a tire was ran over it. Well, did anybody think of matching a tire mark or something to something? What why?
They couldn't because they didn't have a chain of custody, so who's going to run the tire tracks because they didn't follow the law.
And here's the other thing, Tori. You and I both know damn well about those cameras at Tubetown. People may not want to believe us, it's fine, but we know that they're there. Okay? Mm-hmm. So, and Jeremy, why can't Jeremy show Michelle and John or Michelle leaving the property early enough in the morning that day to put those signs out, or the night before? Why? Where's the camera footage of them leaving with signs in their truck or in their car? Why wouldn't he have that? Is it because he can't provide that? Because I don't know. He can't make it known or have proof out there that he has cameras on the property? Because you bet your ass if they actually had the signs in their truck to go put them out that morning, he would have the footage of it. It doesn't exist because she didn't write the signs. And how would he know from the get-go that John did not write the signs? He said all along John did not write the signs. How would he know that is fact? Why wouldn't he have assumed that it was John and Michelle that wrote them? I don't understand why this all happened the way it did. And trust, when I found out that an expert said that he wrote them himself, I was like, oh my God, because I really did not think that that was going to be the case. And you know that, Tori. I did not think that was going to be him. I thought it was going to be somebody else.
I know. Yep. You had someone else named.
No, true. He blamed John, then changed his mind. Okay, the only thing I've seen of Jeremy saying he said it was not John that wrote the signs. But Michelle having one child in a camper is unsafe. Oh, I know, that makes no sense, huh? He's also complaining now, and when I watched this video today, when they were raising the money and the ants were on and everything, he's literally sitting there saying how, she'd be better off living with a sibling than not. And I'm thinking, and what about all the people out there, parents that only have one child? You're saying that's bad? Okay, Donna, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. He told the magistrate in Ohio that JC wrote the signs. That's not what he said on his video. I have that. He's lying through his teeth, and somehow in Ohio neglected to show that magistrate anything, including the signs. How weird is it? It's just, and then when George was asked about the signs, she said she never saw the signs. What? He has no proof that they wrote those signs. The only thing he has is someone he paid to say he wrote the signs. And her report is like a joke. You guys can look at the report. You can see her little drawings and how she tries to match up letters, and they don't really match. You know, one thing I can tell you is when you're looking at certain letters, right, like an H or what other letter was it? A lot of people write the same letter.
There's
The
certain
same
letters
way.
that over half the population writes exactly the same.
Yeah. Okay. So a lot of people write letters the same way. And even though I could have wrote like an H the same way, Michelle did not. You know, and he's using examples of her writing from stuff that she's filed. And I also think that some stuff was from the town hall. Because she wrote like she wrote down whatever the votes or something. I don't know, minutes. I'm sorry. She did minutes one time or maybe 2 times or whatever. So there was her handwriting was in the town hall with the stuff that, you know, they went in 3 o'clock in the morning up, or they were there till 3 o'clock in the morning taking all the stuff out. I think, yep, see, he got that from Teresa. I think, which is messed up because that means Teresa, why did he get her handwriting? What did he need her handwriting for? What did he need her handwriting for? I'm sure Bruce Kenny has to see. I think if it goes to trial, the signs will be there. There's pictures of them. It's okay because, to be honest with you, Nicole, he used copies of Michelle's handwriting. So let's just put it this way: he had Michelle's handwriting prior to the signs coming out. He did. Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden, these signs come out. Nobody seems to know nothing about them until he starts putting them out there on YouTube. He's the one who made these signs public. Nobody else did.
I would have never known about them.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. So he hires this woman to, use his examples. And she did, but she also writes reports. And in the reports, it shows you, like, she shows lines and curves and things like that. And I've seen them from, another expert examiner. And he does a similar reports and the curvatures and stuff. But he does a lot more in-depth stuff than what is showing in Jeremy's report. But I've mentioned this before. The expert, or let's just say one of the experts, was given examples of Michelle's handwriting that there's no way Jeremy could have ever have had. They're the best possible examples of her handwriting that any examiner could look at in this case. So he made a determination on her handwriting and the signs. And then we asked, who could the signs been written by any of these 3 people, and provided their handwriting. So there was another report done. So that was interesting. He was so embarrassed about the signs. Why did he show them to all his viewers? Exactly. Jerem.
It fit in the narrative of the bad neighbor.
What did he actually think was going to happen? They have no money. I think that he really believed he was going to get that property. Even if it took getting a lien on it, he was going to get the property. I don't think he knew anything about Homestead at the moment. I think he was pretty pissed off that he found out about his property, and hers doesn't have any of that FEMA land on it, right? he could build on her property, and he loved that property. You can tell by what he's saying as he's walking through the property. When all the stuff was still there, the house was still there, all the garbage laying all around. He was walking around afraid of snakes and shit. You could tell he really loved that property. You know, that would have been great property for him. He even wanted Guapo to buy it, Rob or Conky, or all of them together buy it. Or, then he mentioned also that the Hudsons were going to buy it. And I don't know if he meant the Adventures with the Hudsons or the Hudson sisters. But, there was, issues there. And I really thought that he, figured they can't win in Ohio. They're not going to get there. I mean, there's plenty of videos of him saying they're not going to be able to afford an attorney, blah, 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 blah. So he figured he's going to get a lien on the property. He definitely did not anticipate Bruce. I don't think he anticipated Sean. I don't think he anticipated Bruce at all. And Stark, I don't think he was worried about. I mean, that's how he acts, He definitely didn't anticipate me. That I know. And he sure as hell didn't think that there was going to be a group of us to go there and help put up a privacy fence for her, and expose his truth. I think his biggest mistake, is messing with Guapo. It turned around to bite him in the ass. Like, literally. Because what he did with Guapo pissed a hell of a lot of people off.
Yep.
It sure as hell pissed me off. You already done Robbie wrong. You done Robbie and Guapo wrong. And then you went and done Guapo wrong. And I was like, oh, enough. Sorry, I'm not watching you do this again. Who is this little girl that he, talking about? And who is this little lady that he's taking to court now? So, I mean, he really pissed me off. And then once, everybody started getting upset about what he did to Guapo, and people started talking more. Storage Action Pirate did a whole, video on it. And so he's got issues. We know Grimeswine has issues and stuff. I'd like to get Grimeswine on here. I don't know if he'll talk. I don't know if he's talked since that, but no, he didn't expect people to go against him. I think he definitely knows he's got haters out there. He's always said we love our haters more, but you know why? I can guarantee he's repeated the same lines that Howard Stern's movie said, Private Parts. Why do they listen if they don't like him? Because they want to see what he's going to say next. Why do they listen so much? Because they want to see that same answer. They want to see what he's going to say next. See, a lot of people think that Grimes were. I don't know that story. I really don't. I remember when they did do like an East versus West storage unit thing that I remember. And then I did watch Grimes. And then I remember his warehouse blew up and I felt bad for him. But I don't know what happened between the people that were involved, who, what storage people had stuff at his unit or his warehouse. I don't know. I did see an interview that was done with two people that worked with Grimeswine. I forget their names right now because I wasn't like an avid watcher of his. But I forget their names. I will get it though. But they had their stuff to say too, and it's like, oh, okay, But I don't know. What the heck are you doing here on Wednesday? Well, Tori was doing stuff today. A couple of things happened in court.
I'm still doing stuff. I'm packing boxes.
Yeah. So I knew Tori wasn't going to go live, and I was like kind of going over some stuff, and I realized the time, like, where is Robbie? So, and he had a bunch of work that he was doing. So, okay, so he didn't go live either. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm definitely going to go live then at 10 o'clock. So here we go. That video is still up. I kept watching it for a long time at the start of this because it was like a soap opera, something new each episode until it got really ridiculous and involved Papa. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on. Why should I stop when asking legit questions? If you got, I didn't see any of your questions. Sorry, because the chat's moving. So, wonder if Chapo has any information about the age that you could get from her from Chapo? I don't know. I haven't even gone there. Shockett's Motion even said they are available for viewing if the magistrate wants to watch them. Oh, okay. Oh, I noticed that oh gosh, which one was it? The opposition. When Shockett brought up our transcript from one of our lives or two of the lives or something, he said that the videos, I didn't mention this last night, he said that our videos have since been deleted. No, they are not deleted, okay? They are still there, and if you have a link, you can access them, which Germ knows this, okay? They were privatized, period. And there's a reason for that. Okay, when Germ Copyright struck me with, even though it's fair use, he copyright struck me. I said, oh, okay, so this is the reason why he's doing it. All right. I went in and privatized the other videos that he could use the same excuse for. Why? So that he couldn't get me on 3 different copyright strikes at the same time. Because what he did, he thinks he's smart. What he did was he waited until my name was added to court paperwork when he tried to add me to this lawsuit. He then copy struck me because he knew I'd fight him back. I fought him back, and all he has to do, because I did a counter notification, all he has to do is send a letter to YouTube or an attachment to this complaint showing that he's in a legal battle with me. And that's what he did. So my response to that, to YouTube, was, I am not in a legal battle with him. He's trying to add me to a lawsuit. And until a judge says so, I am not a defendant in this case. So I was like, okay, well, let us know what's going on. I said, okay. So the second the judge denied, adding us as defendants, I contacted YouTube and I said, okay, here's the denial. Can you please restore that video? And they did. No copyright strike, nothing. Huh?
I said, bada boom.
Bada boom. Bada boom. So, does this
Lisa,
mean
come
someone
wrap
opened?
my packages for me?
Say that again, what?
Come wrap all my packages.
I love rapping. Well, if they're fishing here, gonna need a bigger worm. 2 inches won't work. Oh my God. So in the video I watched today too, same video, the adoption, the 2-hour live where they raised all this money. Larry Foreman's in there cracking jokes. Okay. And they referred to Larry and him referring to his driveway. I'm like, are you kidding me? Again, referring to his package that apparently he has a problem with Michelle mentioning. He does, in fact, refer to his package constantly, his junk. Oh, did somebody, they were not served properly? Nobody that was sent subpoenas to do depots were served properly. It is a federal case. You have to serve subpoenas properly. Lisa, I even heard you personally on here waiting to go into a deposition. Yeah. And
when they decide
what
to
about
properly-
it? When I get properly served, that says when a judge says I have to do a depo, I'll do it. I'm not worried about it, but I'm not just going to go there and do a depo because, Germ says so. When he's sitting there saying, I'm going to pay that $4,000 to get her to go do it. Well, go ahead and you do that. go ahead. When I'm told I need to do a depot, I'll do it. And I am going, no, I was not served, genius. I was not served properly. Number one in federal law, you have got to serve a witness subpoena to the person whom it's for. You can't leave it on a table. You cannot hand it to somebody else who may live there. You cannot do any of that. It has to be served upon that person. It was not. Okay? And not only that, it was too late. He showed up, I'm sorry, she showed up with a subpoena 7 days prior to a depot. Nuh-uh, not with federal law, and not when you're supposed to be they want documents. No, honey, you're wrong.
You need to pay attention to federal law, not Florida law.
Federal law, dear. You're wrong.
Look at federal law, not Florida law.
Yeah. And not only that, you also need to be served with your time paid for, your travel paid for, and none of that was given to me. And none of it was, the incorrect stuff was given to the other people. I did not receive no check upon it being subpoenaed at all. Not only that,
subpoena paper being left on your table.
Name. What?
Upon subpoena paperwork being left on a table outside.
Outside, like not even on a patio. It was like, I mean, it's considered a patio, I guess. It is not enclosed. It's outside where the wind can just blow it right away. And you can't dispose for future legal cases either, which is what he was saying too. Yeah. So here's the thing, Rhett, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Trust me, several attorneys were involved in my making the decision. I gave them a courtesy. And so did Marla. Gave them a courtesy, letting them know, don't waste your time and money, dude. And we didn't have to do any of that. We didn't have to answer it at all. Why? Because none of us were served properly. Period. None of us were. So, none of them.
Deleting their messages.
Marla, Russ, I haven't talked to Amanda. I'm guessing not Amanda, because Robbie, I think, is the last one to like have a deposition or whatever thing. And so Amanda was before him, and they still got Robbie's wrong. So
actually, if you go back to one of the prior videos, I actually posted the link to the federal law, Kurt Gardner. I posted the link to the federal statutes regarding being subpoenaed to be disposed in a federal case.
Not only that, guys, I have proof that he was just doing it to harass me. Okay, which I have proof of him. Which I have proof of him doing online. I have paperwork of harassment, proven harassment from him to me. Okay, I have proven documentation that he's already harassed me. Okay, so when in fact I get properly served to do a depot, I can also object to that as well. And when I do that, that will be my opportunity. He'll be opening up the opportunity for me to disclose to the judge anything I want the judge to know about this case. Anything. And I will be objecting to taking a subpoena for several reasons. And in my reasons, it's going to explain what my thoughts are, including, yes, Polymop, as to why I believe Jeremy Hales is using the federal court system, his courtroom, in a very abusive way and turning it into a freaking circus, all for his YouTube content. But I'm going to be very descriptive. See, I like deets, okay? It's all in the deets, guys. It's the little things. It's all in the
I'm
dates.
not going to find that link again.
And I'm pretty sure that if others that are going to be subpoenaed want to object as well, they can do the same exact thing because they have the same rights I do. Simple. So then it'll sit in the judge's hands and he'll decide whether or not this is a joke. Because we can also bring in attorneys if we want to, And then Jeremy keeps saying all this crap, we got family lawyers and blah, blah, blah. First off, I am not going to bring a family lawyer into me saying, I will not be there tomorrow. No need to have a lawyer do any of that shit. Okay. I'm also not going to bring a lawyer into anything that I have to do where he's going to stamp his name on it. Why? Because I refuse to subject any lawyer I know or work with, or in my family especially, to the smear campaign and bullshit that Jeremy's pulling. If and when I need to bring an attorney in there, it's going to be when there's a reason for me not to answer it myself. Am I going to answer pro se? It may look that way. But until I literally need an attorney to be sitting there representing me, I'm probably not going to use one because I'm not going to subject another attorney, doesn't matter who it is, to the same scrutiny and smear campaign that they did on Bruce. That's not fair. It's not going to happen. So I can handle it. I'm smart enough where I can handle it, especially if I have advice from a good attorney. I can do something legally on my own. Why? I've done it before. I'm not afraid of a courtroom. So, but there's something bigger happening than anybody knows. And if in fact it takes place, there's going to be people involved in that there's no need. Smear campaign? What? There's no way of smearing it. No way. So I'm not worried about anything. You can handle it, but yet you put me in timeout. I didn't do nothing to you, dude.
You're being intentionally thick-headed. Go look up federal law regarding subpoenaing someone for a federal case. It is different than Florida law. Florida law is 7 days, and you can leave it
high.
for 20
It's high.
totally different. Don't be intentionally thick-headed.
Rat sucker needs locked up. Oh, we're working. We're working on that. No, you're not asking questions, Gardner. You're sitting here saying, like we're wrong and we're this and we're that. No, you're wrong. Trust me. If I legally had to be there, I would have been there. I legally did not have to be there. It's that simple. I'm not allowed to ask a question and disagree with you. No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You're trying to come in here and say, first of all, this is old news. It's old news now. This is like old news. Okay. Apparently, contempt and sanctions are going to be brought against me. So I guess we'll wait and see. You can't really bring contempt of courts and sanctions on someone who wasn't legally served in the first place. Even if he's trying to say, put it this way, okay? He knows he screwed up. You want to know how he knows he screwed up? I didn't receive a check. He realized I didn't receive a check, so the next person he went to serve, he gave them a check. And then he gave somebody else a check, and somebody else a check. But by the next person he went to serve, he realized he screwed up even further because the amount of the checks were wrong. So he kept screwing up one by one. Each person got a different thing, and still they ended up getting it wrong. That's how much of a smart lawyer Socket is. Socket is cocky.
They should have Googled federal
law. It was on fault. Huh?
They should have Googled the federal law pertaining to subpoenaing someone to be in federal court.
I know. I mean, even the day that the lawsuit, the depo was supposed to happen, Okay, so Jeremy last week pulls up this chat that I wrote because I think I was talking to Marla in chat, or I said something to Marla in chat, and I said we should create a group called the No Shows, right? Because he's saying nobody showed, or I didn't show. He called me a no-show, right? He called me a no-show at 8 o'clock in the morning, yet my depot wasn't until 10 a.m. So if he knew I was a no-show at 8 o'clock in the morning, what the hell was Shaka doing where, sitting there? Jeremy he's a freaking idiot. He's an absolute idiot. They knew the night before I wasn't going to be there because I gave him the courtesy of telling them so. So he went there to still kind of create some type of money and, things are sanctions that I'm going to have to pay for. Yet Jeremy blows that up by posting at 8 o'clock in the morning that I'm a no-show when I wasn't even supposed to be there till 10. I said I wasn't going. Shaka's response is, I'll see you in the morning. Have a good night. I'm like, I laughed at him. I was like, okay. I didn't respond to that. I told him I wasn't going. That's all I had to do. I didn't even have to do that. I completed my obligation by objecting because the subpoena was wrong. And I said so. Okay. But Jeremy went at 8 o'clock in the morning and posted something on his community page. You can delete it now. I don't know if he did or not, but he's an idiot because it just screwed up his little thing against me being a no-show. But he wants to turn around and take something I said about creating a group called the No-Shows and show it. Oh, that's proof she knew about it. Of course I knew about it. Just because I know about it doesn't mean it's legal. It's as if you never sent it to me at all because it's not legal. That's why I keep saying George should keep her freaking trap shut because she doesn't know what she's talking about. This isn't germ law. She can believe in germ law all she wants, but this is not, germ law is not federal law, nor is it state law. Oh, and by the way, in that posting, he said I was not only a no-show, but that 7 days was Florida state law. And I started laughing again. I'm like, this idiot doesn't even realize. It doesn't go by Florida state law. You're in federal court, jackass. You don't know that?
7 days is Florida state law. Too bad it's not a Florida case.
Yeah. It's a federal case. So
federal law.
Yeah, so go ahead and say whatever you want, dude. You're an asshole. And what he did by making that post proves that it's all for content. He couldn't even wait that extra 2 hours or 2.5 hours, let's just say, make it till 10:30 to prove I wasn't there, right? He put it up there 2.5 hours before I should have even been there. So based on what Shaka's response to me was, he was trying to play it off like, oh no, you'll be there. Yeah, I don't take orders very well. You, jackass, are not going to tell me that I need to be somewhere. Only a judge will tell me, and I will respect that.
Yeah, and if it's
I may
not
not agree
ordered
with
by the judge, doesn't matter when you get a subpoena. If it's not ordered by the judge, you don't have to go.
Yeah, well, he thinks it's legal because he's what do they call it? An order of the court, or what's a law of the court? What the hell is he? God, it's so simple. I forget
I
the
can't
term.
say what's in my head.
I know it's something of the court because he's a lawyer.
Well,
but anyway, it makes it legal, and it's not that. It's so many laws that you can't keep it straight.
I can't say what's actually in my head. Someone would say it's derogatory.
Officer of the court. Thank you, Paula. An officer of the court. So they're thinking that's what makes it legal coming from him. Which in certain terms that might be, okay, but it doesn't matter. Everything about the subpoena was wrong. Good night, Marla. Everything about it was wrong. So, and it was wrong in everybody's case. Everybody's case. Mine, Marla's, Russ's. I'm not sure about Amanda, so I shouldn't say everybody. And you know what else? I don't know. Okay, so the people he was going to add included MLS. I'm not sure MLS was getting depoted. And if so, I don't even know why. I don't even know why he added MLS. It's kind of stupid. But either way, Robbie. It's Paula. Paula Mop. Paula Mop, Paula Mop, oh, Paula Mop. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so uh so everyone here is a lawyer? No, I'm not a lawyer. I should have been. But I can tell you one thing. I won a case that was 10 years old. Yeah, I'm my own dad. Just saying. And that's something German. That's something German. No, Megan Fox is ever going to find out. But I did. You know why? It's all in the deets, man. It's all in the deets. But I have a good handle on law and I can understand law. Okay. And I do have lawyers in my family. But I'm not going to pull them out for what? What's right?
I said, and some of us know how to do research.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Some of us are good detectives. But, you know, the thing is, I'm not going to pull my family who does not practice law in the state of Florida, but who could appear just like Bruce is pro hoc vice in a certain instance. However, I'm not going to involve something in so stupid and frivolous. Someone, unless I have to. And right now, there's no need. I don't need a lawyer. I can fight Jeremy on my own. For now. Until it becomes a bigger, badder case. I think it's gonna, but we'll see about that.
I don't just listen to what other people say. I research it myself and I go to my resources. Right. I know how to use the Google, the google.com, find the correct websites, like the federal government websites that specify what is required for subpoenaing someone to go to a deposition. Right. It's right there on the web, on the federal website, not just anyone's website, the federal website. Yeah, I did that. Posted the link in one of the chats. I don't remember which one it was.
I thought you said common sense is a big part too. Yeah, and that dude has no common sense whatsoever. I honestly think because of how screwed up Shockett is, I think he's planning on retiring or something because he doesn't seem to care how unethical he's really being. Just like lawyer to lawyer, He really doesn't seem to care. But the judge definitely noticed it. No doubt. No doubt. And I'm pretty sure Jeremy was a cocky ass, even though he wasn't, as bad as he was on the first depo he did because he was in front of the judge. I'm sure he wasn't as bad. But I'm pretty sure Jeremy was just as cocky with his attitude because he was like that in the Maryland Raby court case. And what was that other court case that he was in where he's really cocky? Anyway, I'm pretty sure the magistrate saw that, and he's also seeing it with Shockett. And I can guarantee by what he said, he realizes more than ever that it was Jeremy and Shockett was the reason to have this all happen right in front of his face, and he could see who's doing what. If the numbers are true, Shockett is making bank on this case. Well,
so Shockett's going to want to keep making bank. I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
But he said $240,000, so he's paying his fees for the year. Is $240,000 enough for him to retire on? If this case gets dropped, what's Shockett going to do? I mean, he's going to file another case. Then it's really going to become real frivolous. I'm not eating. It's $250,000, not bad for a year, right? But is it enough to really retire on? I have a feeling. I just think something's wrong. Why would he not care? Especially after the trouble he's been in, after losing his law license, his dental license, for greedy shit, insurance fraud, for being brought in on reprimand type charges or whatever for the bar because of depots he's done in regards to another insurance case. And then just this. It's absolutely ridiculous. Or he's that cocky. How do narcissists work with other narcissists like that? There's got to be one that's in complete control. Yeah, Feathers, I don't know. But Feathers was in that video I saw. Feathers, DUI guy. And I'm telling you right now, when it comes to that adoption part of this whole scenario, and the ants and the raising of the money over there, and all this constant talk about Michelle, they are all responsible for what happened with all of it because they were all there promoting it, egging it on, inciting it, supporting it. And they were there jumping up and down. Mocking, yeah. Every one of them. And that poor girl, I think she was just taking the bar. DUI guy kissing Germ's ass. And Mark Feathers was taught how to do the YouTube from Germ. Germ was in on his whole setup of his YouTube. Imitate Martha in a demented way. She is demented. I haven't used demented that word demented in so long. Odd that people supposedly send money for his legal bills, but the balance never decreases. It just goes up. Asking for a friend. Y'all crazy. Thank you for a $5 super chat. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, we have goals up. Do we have goals? Let's see. I know I started them. I started them earlier. Normally I do them right before I go live. Let me see. We are at, it's going to run out in 2 minutes. How many do we have, guys? Let's see. How many do we need? Oh, we need 3 more. Uh-oh. Did I just close it? No. Oops, I closed my windows. Okay. Lollipop, lollipop. Who is missing tonight? Anyone notice? Whoa, Blondie, thank you. Gotta hit that. Oh my gosh. My mama. Thank you. One more. Dreamweaver, they did it. The goal is complete. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, we got a giveaway to do. Thank you, King Paco. Could it be the right stuff? You got the right stuff, baby. 9 chins. Thank you so much. I haven't seen Shot Lover. Where is Shot Lover? Shot Lover. Thank you, guys. What can we say? Shockett lost his license as a dentist for filing fraudulent claims. What kind of attorney do you think he's going to be? You're right. You're absolutely right. He should have been a DUI guy. Ed is not missing. He's okay. Robbie isn't here, and neither are Ed Warrior. Well, Ed's there, but Robbie's not. Kendrick's night. Bud Light! Okay, as you and your audience say, I'm stupid and have no idea what I'm talking about. If I'm understanding you correctly, everyone is ignorant except you and Tori. That is absolutely not true.
Nope.
But we've been here quite a while. We've gone over this many, many, many times. And the facts are facts. So if you don't want to look at the facts, there's nothing I can do to help you.
I'll say
I can
go
tell
on, look for the federal website that tells you what is required to subpoena someone to go to federal court, read the entire document, then come back and discuss it. Because that's what I did before I opened my mouth about what the requirements were.
He's okay. He's just working. He was working hard today. He's tired. Nobody told you I was live. Oh, no. Well, actually, what happened was I set up the live a little late. If I would have set it for 10:30, you would have got a notification that, in 30 minutes, Lisa's going live, or two Lisa's going live.
You set it up after 9:30.
I did. I set it up after 9:30. So that's why it was at 10:15. Yeah, I set it up at 9:47. And I'm like, I'm not going on to 10:30. People are going to be upset. I'm like, I'll just set it for 10:15. So I knew that you guys weren't going to get the 30-minute notification. But you should be getting a notification that I am live. So need help comprehending facts. Yeah, shut up, King Paco.
People, please no name calling in the chat. It's deeply appreciated if there's no name calling.
Grill is selling two
Brett
beans
has
on
not started. Has not been name
Shut
calling.
up,
People
John
who
Caps.
not do it either.
Did I just say no? That was King Paco. Harper, you go, girl. That's hilarious. Lisa, let me have this, please. Have what? You have what?
I don't want to pack any more boxes. Ugh.
I just saw this one record from Ohio. Yeah. The discipline record. If you're talking about Shocking, it's from, is it from Ohio? Arkansas.
I don't
No.
remember, but I know that which one where he lost his license.
Yeah, I forget where he lost his license now at the moment. But I know that he went to take the bar exam. They wouldn't give him a law license in Arkansas because of what he did with the dental license. So he ever started posted the video party going on. Guapo did something awesome today. He did? Cool. Now I know where I'm going. Missouri. There's Bruce.
I read that whole thing. I didn't remember where it was, but I read that whole thing, and I'm like, holy cow.
Yeah. Has anybody checked Polymop? Is there anything new on there? I haven't checked it. Picked up by my caseworker for my insurance. Whoop whoop. Good night, Tricky. Wait. Hi, Tricky. Tricky, take care. Is Tricky leaving? Jeremy of the Ohio.
Good night, Tricky. Get some rest so you can get up early in the morning. Yes, Tricky came in, said hello, everyone. I've been listening. Preparing for tomorrow morning doctor's appointment. Make sure everything is ready to go. Can't stay. Have to be up early in the morning.
I hear that.
Hugs, prayers for good health.
Yes, absolutely. Prayers up. Okay. Kendra actually had.
Yes, Blondie. Yes, Blondie.
Yeah.
If it's long enough and strong enough, I can actually put it in the stitching.
Oh, dreams came true. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to go check out what Guapo said later. Oh no, my battery's dying. Dang it.
Everybody, King Paco. Everybody. All of our people need good prayer.
Everybody. Why am I
Ricky
seeing this?
King has a doctor's appointment tomorrow. Send positive. Phil's went to get his pulmonary or whatever it was test, and he got better. So send him prayers so that he gets even better. Tisa, our ninja mole, has been down, so send her some prayers. Kendra has stuff going on. Send some prayers. I mean, you want me to keep this? There's a long list. So just pray for all of them.
Kendra actually had a procedure today, and I got to talk to her for a minute while it was happening. It seemed okay, but she was getting tired, so I haven't heard anything else. So prayers for Kendra.
Absolutely.
At least the interface has a voice changer. Really? I wonder if mine does. I haven't opened it yet. So yes, prayers for Kendra still, please. Please.
And when I use the term pray for everybody, that means say a prayer if you're of the beliefs that pray. Send positive energy, good karma, positive vibes, healing energy, light candles, dance naked around fires, dance under the moonlight, whatever it is you do. When someone that is dear to you is ill, and you do it.
Please.
That's what when I say prayer, that's what I mean. Do whatever it is you do to send that positivity to somebody. Because I know we have people of different beliefs, and I don't want someone to think that I'm telling them you better pray the same way someone else prays. That's not the case.
Right. Everybody prays differently. Set your voice your prayer. Oh, yes, Diana. I got it. So we have received
I get
some warrior recordings. Huh?
Oh, that recording. Okay. Because
Yeah.
I just got text from her. Well, actually, she sent me an email from her phone.
Who?
Diana.
Oh, okay. So we are doing a video project with a song that includes the warriors, and you guys are all warriors. So if you're interested in being a part of the video, you can email me a audio file or a video file, and all you have to do on this audio recording or video recording is say hi with your name, like, hi, I'm Lisa, I am a warrior. You know, like Tori would say, hi, I'm Tori, I am a warrior. So that's all you got to do. That's all you got to say. We will get you involved in this video that we're doing for the warriors. So I think it'll be fun. It'll end up looking pretty cool. You'll be involved in it, and I think it's awesome. So, and the deadline to have that in, we selected yesterday, was March 1st. So you have plenty of time. It could be an audio file or a video, doesn't matter. You can send a picture to go along with an audio file if you want. But yeah, it'd be pretty cool. My best voice changer website. All right, cool. Yeah. No, you don't have to put your last name. You can put your YouTube name or your real name if you want to use it. Any news on last night's video? No news.
King Paco can go, hi, I'm King Paco. I am a warrior.
Right.
He doesn't have to give his real name.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tam Tam. I am a warrior. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. What I can tell you about last night's video is it has been passed over to different authorities. And it will be handled accordingly. I can tell you that as of right now. That's all I can say. However, I've been told that he took that video down. I don't know if anybody's noticed or if that is correct. I didn't check it, but I was told that it was taken down. But it's okay. I got it anyway. And I also have all the comments that went along with the video. And the text message that he sent to Jerm. further proving that his stalking of Michelle and, what he's letting Jeremy know, that Jeremy's involved in it, as well as Jeremy being the one handing over information to the sisters, not the sisters, the sisters of the bio dad. And I want to make this clear, just in case everybody's still under this misconception, because they've said it then, and I heard Badge say it in the whole 9 yards, that these sisters, who are related to the bio father, who apparently is in jail right now for drugs, and I say apparently because I did not vet that yet. I was told that this afternoon.
Wow.
But these sisters live at the address that the parents lived at. And that's really weird. Weird. I just read something. I read sweetheart and said weird. Terry. Anyhow. So what I want to say about this is they keep claiming the aunts, okay? Sisters, aunts. The aunts claim that their brother did not sign away his rights to the child.
Twice.
I know. So not only are they saying that, here's the thing. They weren't there. They don't know what was done because the aunts were not there. Okay? The bio father was supposedly not there. Okay? I don't remember if he was there or not at the time of the birth. I don't remember. The mother was in Florida. The child was born and given Preston name at birth. It's on her birth certificate. She was adopted at birth. Okay. In the paperwork for this adoption, the bio parents, both bio mother and bio father, signed the paperwork. Not once. They did it twice. And I'm not talking on the same piece of paper either. They signed over the child's rights. The child, I'm just going to say, in my view, 3 times. When they left her at the hospital first of all, something happened where Michelle thought she wasn't even going to get her. The hospital called her and said, "Are you coming to pick her up?" And she's like, "What do you mean?" So they left the child there at the hospital. The mother did. She went back to Jersey. Paperwork was sent to her in Jersey. To do something legally like that, the paperwork has to be notarized. She couldn't find her license. Okay? She not only signed the paperwork and sent them back without the notary because of not finding her license, but it needed to be notarized. So they sent it back, went through all kinds of trouble to prove it was in fact her and him. And it was notarized twice. They filled out the paperwork to sign this child over twice, and the child was left in Florida. Okay? So, no. The aunts have no idea what they're talking about. I don't care what the bio mother or the aunt's brother told their sister and lied about this adoption. This was legally done. They're going to tell their family whatever the hell they want. I mean, I don't know how they get away with, a family being okay with 10 children of yours being, 2 here, 2 there, 1 down there, and think that these people are legitimate.
Having 10 children and having custody of none, giving birth, or
come on now,
being the sperm and egg donor to 10 children and having custody of none.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. And there was a child born after Harley. So this woman was given birth to her, there was one after, there's a total of 10. Her 9th child. Now, based on what they've all said in these numbers, I mean, it could be the 8th, it could be, but based on what they're saying with the 10 children, Harley would have been the 9th. Okay. She was trying to abort Harley. Nobody would let her have the abortion because there was already a heartbeat. She went to 3 different clinics in 3 different states to do it, and they wouldn't do it. And when the grandmother, the maternal grandmother, who already had 2 kids of theirs, spoke about the story and with Michelle and whatever, Michelle's like, oh my God, no. Like, don't let that happen. You know, like, oh my gosh, I'll take care of her. Please do not kill this child. Begged. Please do not do it. And she spoke to her. I'll take care of you. You can come down here. I'll rub your feet if I have to. No, please do not let this child live. Please. So my point is, this woman does not give 2 craps, meaning the bio mom, about her children. Getting pregnant, having the babies, keeping the babies, their livelihoods, nothing. She don't care. Why? Because there's plenty of ways she could stop herself from constantly getting pregnant. And she got pregnant again after Harley Grace, because Harley does have a bio sibling out there that's younger than her. So, you know, whatever. They have no standing. Harley has never met them. Harley doesn't know them. Michelle did, at one time try to keep in contact with them because she thought it might be nice if Harley did know her siblings, right? Her actual siblings. She was going to try and work on a relationship where they could have contact. Michelle's not a heartless person at all, but it didn't work out, So they have, in fact, heard Harley, on the phone and stuff like that. But other than that, there's no emotional relationship or attachment to this child. And that's what they tried to claim, and they did not.
Yeah. Emotionally attached to a child, I really don't know.
No, she doesn't.
We've been around that child more than the bio people have.
Yeah. Not only that, we were looking at this lawsuit that she filed. Well, not lawsuit, the filings. Jeremy had said months ago, this was in April, okay? That April of last year, that there was stuff already filed, and then he went on his, rampant, talks about the child, using the child to hurt Michelle on a constant basis. I think he wants her child taken away because his children were taken away from him. Sorry, I forget this mic picks up everything, and even if I move away from the mic and cough, it don't matter. Sorry. But anyway, in the beginning, didn't the aunt say they lived in New Jersey? They do live in Jersey, and so do the bio parents. You got to see the way these 2 women were talking. They were talking like they were getting this child back. They didn't even know, what her medical condition was. They just know the name of it. And they were talking how they looked it up. They did all this. They have no idea. Guys, I am not obliged to tell what's going on with Harley's medical, but it's not just the actual metabolic disorder. There's other things in Harley's medical. Okay? If the aunt was so concerned, why did they wait so long to say anything, right? Well, apparently, Jeremy went to them with info. The one aunt said it. And meanwhile, this whole entire time, he's been saying that they came to him. He went after them. So.
Oh, what? He lied?
Mm-hmm.
Say it isn't so.
Yep. And that night they raised $32,000 on a GoFundMe. That night, all in one night. Within 3 days from the day they started it to it was 3 days. That night it was the 3rd day. And I watched them go from 11,000 from the beginning of the video. And by the end of the video, which was 2.5 hours long, I think, it was at $32,000. And then the hoodie started. I don't know if it started at 5,000, but the 5,000 was the first number I did say, and it went up to 16,000 within that 2 hours. So imagine how much good he could have done for the family from the get-go. You know? Instead, he wants to give the child back to a family that has a history of crimes and
Yeah.
drugs,
Yeah.
and
We
that's
won't even
insane.
talk about the
They
man.
themselves have that history. Not that they're surrounding themselves by people who have, a history like that. They themselves have the history. The parents were in jail for leaving the scene of an accident, a hit and run, and then also constant drugs.
A man was unalived with a car.
Yeah, and they hid the car. And when they filed this paperwork, the address she put down, everybody knows. Look, her entire family's lived on the same block for like most of their lives, I think. Okay, that's how we know that they're there. But the address she gave goes to a house that doesn't even exist. There's nothing there but flat land.
I might have run background checks on him.
This is the
To get the
person who says
actual
his
address.
email and phone number are unlisted. His email and phone number are not unlisted.
Whose?
Jeremy's.
Oh no.
No, they're not unlisted.
All over his background check.
Yeah. And I'm sure he doesn't answer a specific phone, but there's a phone that he does answer. Yeah. I think that's back to my original cough now.
I was sent like 3 different background checks on Jeremy.
Yeah. Yeah. One with more information than the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. People have been doing background checks on him for quite a while. Yeah. When I kid you, when I said we asked for information, we were getting it in droves. So many people. Tori's nope, turning off. Tori's taping. What?
Oh, sorry. Do I need to turn off my sound?
Suck a fisherman's friend, Lisa. Excuse you, Terry? What?
Terry, are you drunk?
But yeah, so this aunt gave the wrong address, man. I'm saying you just filed paperwork with the wrong address. Yeah, that and you want custody of a child. That's a throat lozenge. Oh. Well, that's what I had. I had a cough drop.
And yes, I am.
That's a sweetie. You're actually saying that's the name of a throat lozenge? Suck a fisherman what? The fisherman's friends are no. That's funny. Sorry, I've never heard of that.
That's right. There is one called Fisherman's Friend.
I've never heard of that. I'm like, what are you saying? You know what my favorite cough drop is? Cherry Ludens. Do you remember that? That's funny.
Not really.
Suck a fisherman's friend. Who came up with that? That's funny shit. Because I was literally like, what? Okay, I'm keep being told I have a. All right, I don't understand. I keep being told I have a message, but when I go to my messages, there's nothing there.
Okay, I got
Stop
2
it.
more boxes to do, and then I have to box more.
Mine too, Lisa. Love Cherry Ludens. Yeah, I love Cherry Ludens. Those I haven't seen them, but the ones I keep using are Halls, Cherry Halls. All it is pectin and flavoring. That's like Fisherman's Friends, and they have different flavors. No sugar. Halls has lots of sugar and coats your throat. It makes you cough more at times. Well, you can have great tasting taste. At least any word from Guapo on if you got the sweatshirt? No, not yet. Not yet. He did say I have a box coming, but I thought I mentioned that yesterday. So I do have a box coming. There was an issue. He had an address. Well, he has this address, but he also had an old address, and it came back to him with something he sent me because I guess he looked up like, yeah, I think he has me under 2 Lees and also Lisa Lee. And years ago, I had ordered something from him. It was a Dan Marino thing for Gabe. And I think what happened was he used that old address.
You'll still get it, right?
That came back to him, which is good. But
Where'd this one go?
I don't know what was in that box. It wasn't the sweatshirt. So
Ooh.
you watched
Doesn't
Papa's video and I cried. Oh my gosh, what's the good news? He had good news today.
Doesn't New York have a distribution that comes from the UK?
Probably. Grandkids, I'm just hoping I don't get it. I keep my distance and spray Lysol. Well, Jane seems to still be sick. So I actually took her to the doctor's today, and she apparently has walking pneumonia.
Who does?
Squat pump.
And she was at your house?
Yep.
No, she needs to stay home.
Yep. Well, she's been on antibiotics, but they gave her a Z-Pack today. And I'm like, yeah, oh, great. But I feel better, so I don't know. Yes, the loud one.
Yeah, but you're going to wind up with a
I think I'm okay.
relapse.
I think I'm okay. I feel way better. Even the sinus thing's gone. It's just that cough. It's a little more than what I normally would have with my allergies. It's a little more, but everything else is okay. I'm still coughing that hard cough though, which is probably the pneumonia part of it. But
Yes.
Lisa, thank you for being Lynette's supporter, voice and supporter. Well, we are a voice for her, but we aren't her voice. You know what I mean? Like, we'll help get her truth out there. So that's what we mean by like her voice.
We're magnifiers.
We are not really speaking for her, but we are showing the proof of her side. You know what I'm saying? We can't speak for her. Only she could speak for herself. But I can get the information, and if there's proof, like, you know, images, videos, things like that, proof, there's a possibility I can get it and show you guys. So we're not her. I am not her PR team. So the one time I said something about we are like her PR team, it was basically like we were her voice, and I think I explained it also. And they're just taking the one verbiage, the piece of verbiage that I said, and stretch it. But I've also corrected it in several videos. We are not her PR team. I'm the only one who does PR on this channel, and I was not hired by her at any time for anything, nothing. So, but I just want to make that clear, because when I say we are her voice, you know, people also get twisted with that. Like Jeremy thinks for some reason because she has this protection order that she's not allowed to speak. She's not allowed to have a voice. If he's allowed to get on that freaking YouTube and talk his shit, she's allowed to have a voice too. Whether it be her side, or she can go online and speak too. You know, she doesn't do YouTube like that. And the fact that she doesn't, let me tell you something. If that was me, first, see, I'm on here, so it's easier for me to say this. But if someone were attacking me that way, um, okay, he's attacking me now.
Maybe I'm setting up a 24/7 live stream from outside my house.
Like, are you kidding? I mean, he's attacking me now. You can see this is exactly what I'd be doing. You know, now she does, because she's not on here like that and doing things like he likes to say she wanted to make money off of us and our people. So, well, if that's the case, then she would have. She could be right now. If there's ever a time she could be making money off of his YouTube channel and his name, it's right now. Why? Because he made her a freaking public figure and he made her a celebrity. She could be doing it right now.
And all the trolls would be watching her constantly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised, and this is just my opinion, okay? This is nothing that's going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if and when this is all done, she turns around and she does create a YouTube page, and it's going to show all Harley's good things she does in her life, because her life is all about Harley. John's as well. All they care about is Harley and her having a good life. And, you know, you guys, you know, people don't get it. She could have 1 million subs before he does. Right? Oh, God, would that piss him off? Oh, man. Can you imagine if she ended up with more subs than him? Oh, my gosh.
That'd be funny.
It would be.
We don't have a wicked sense of humor or anything.
No, not at all.
Tam,
would
guess
be
whose
hilarious.
box is in front of me? I got a Tam
Yeah.
box in front of
You do?
me. Uh-huh.
I can't believe what Gabe said earlier. That was funny.
At least he's
And
a
did
guy
not
that's not afraid to say the word.
Yeah. I need a signature from Michelle.
You can
I
get her
thought you
autograph.
said that would be awesome.
She might sell those autographs later.
Right? You never know. I mean, he made her a freaking celebrity. He signs autographs. Come on now. George thinks she's some type of model, man. I'm going through these because she creates the thumbnails, right? So I'm going through some of these and I'm looking at the faces that she's making, the poses that she's actually put on for these things. And I'm thinking, wow, she thinks she's some little hottie. You know, like, come on now. I lost the sub today. I was up to 80. I'm back to 79. That'll happen, Diana. Don't worry. When you wake up in the morning, it'll be back to 80 or 81. It's just you lose 1 or 2. They go up and down like constantly. What was it? $25 for a signature pic? Who on earth wants a signature for what? She's a toy and she knows her place. She's just wow. What did Gabe say the other night about a paper airplane? Did he say anything about paper airplane?
Who?
Gabe.
Not online that I know of.
Yeah, I didn't remember either. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Tori. I almost forgot. Thank you, Jennifer W. I know. I told him, Blondie. Why? What was it? I missed. I either forgot or completely missed. What's the story about the paper airplane? He goes, what did I say about paper airplane? I said, I don't know. I don't remember. He goes, well, hello. I don't remember. I'm like, I know. I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember. I'll go back, but I'll ask. What's the paper aeroplane? Breaking: Marcus Jordan, son of retired NBA star Michael Jordan, was arrested in Florida early Tuesday on suspicion of driving under the influence and other charges. Whoa. Dang. Thank you, Bud Light. I like breaking news. Someone wanted Gabe to make a paper aeroplane. Yeah, and Blondie did, but I don't understand why. I don't remember why. No, story. I'm just one of those people who just randomly fold paper into airplanes and toss them. Oh, okay. I'll make you one.
You don't see Diana Miss Balls Lady in the chat?
I do.
Diana, type something for peculiar optics.
He got his Lambo stuck on tracks. I take that as warning. Why is that? Oh my gosh. I didn't even go over that. Lisa is okay. Ahmad shares my leg. Yes, yes. Of course. Everybody check out Diana's page. She's got balls.
What? Diana just made 80 again.
Blondie asking for a paper airplane. I want to be a kid again, right? Yes, I am going to do. Well, sheesh, man. You guys are bossy.
No.
I know it gets late. So you have to realize I'm a night owl, so this is not late to me. I just have to remember that. It is to a lot of you guys.
Yeah, and I got to work in the morning.
What did they change? There it is. Okay, here we go. All right. Hashtag. Why every time I come to do the hashtag, I go blank? Let's see. Blank. Let's say Martha's infected. Hashtag warriors. That sounds good. I'm not doing hashtag Kendra's OnlyFans fan. You're not blocked, Peculiar.
Well, no, he's saying he can't see Diana.
Oh! Still? Okay. All right, here we go. We are the warriors. Whoops.
We are fans. Oh.
I got all my sisters in me. Wow, people are even in it. I didn't even show that. That is funny. That's funny. Was that you, Tori?
Nope.
They're already in it, and I didn't even share the page yet. I almost did a Bruce thing. You guys are in it. There we go. So I talked about that. We didn't do the Blake Lively stuff. Do you know some of the celebrity breakups this year? It's such a bad thing. There we go. All right. Culture. Hashtag Warriors. Jamie Foxx broke up with his girlfriend.
Oh.
They were dating for 2 years. Alice Huckstep. He did a comedy special on Netflix. It was called "What Had Happened Was," and in that comedy special, he said he's no longer dating white women. So, and she's a white woman that he was dating for 2 years. Perhaps that's the reason. I don't know, but they broke up. And Matt James and Rachel Kirkconnell, I guess he was the former bachelor. They broke up after 4 years. Jessica Simpson and her husband, Eric Johnson, they've been married 10 years. They broke up. and they share 3 children together. Who else? Austin Butler, the guy who played Elvis in the last Elvis movie. He's been dating Kaya Gerber. What's her face's daughter? Cindy Crawford. She's a model. They were dating for 3 years. They broke up. No bad blood there. And who else broke? Courtney Ford. She was on Dexter, and she was married to Brandon Routh. I think you say Routh. He was in Superman Returns. He was a Superman. They were married for 17 years, and they actually got getting divorced, or they're separated right now. Irreconcilable differences, and they have a 12-year-old son. So. And Shamar Moore and Desiree Dion, after 5 years of relationship together, they have 1 child. It was an amicable separation. So the Epstein list is coming out too. I thought they already did that. Like, haven't they already come out with that? Like, I don't know, 10 times already. Yeah. Oh. Gabe's playing with his. Actually, let me make. That did not sound good. Let me make sure that he just. Yeah, his car took alarm start on. Hold on. Be right back. Oh, please. Sorry, take over. Get those hashtags in. We're hashtag warriors.
Come on, come on. Hashtag Warriors for the giveaway. Hi, sweetheart pterodactyl. How you doing? I'm going to tell you, I missed being online today. Hi, Mike Johnson. And talking to you guys. Absolutely missed talking to you guys today. Well, Diana, you're not supposed to kick yourself out.
All right, it's all goody. He was messing with the camera. Setting off the ring alarm. All right, let's see how many warriors we got. How many? 76. Keep it going, guys. Hashtag warriors.
Bud Light, he was busy working on the farm today, so he did not go on.
Lisa, tomorrow Candace Owen is dropping an exclusive on the Blake Ryan Reynolds case. It's going to be epic. All right, we're going Candace Owen. Really? I guess we're going to have to pay attention to that. Hopefully Kendra's okay. That was like boring. Boring.
Knees hurt.
Candace Owen. What time? What time, Solar? How's her regularly scheduled broadcast? Well, I guess I can catch it at any time. Thinking of Kernards. What's Kernards now? Kernards. What's Kearns? Mentions today. See what? What is happening? What's going on? What am I missing? I got tricked into clicking. I got clickbaited. There was supposedly an article on Valerie Bertinelli and her heir and like what her net worth was, and I figured it had something to do with Eddie Van Halen. I wanted to see like what he left her. You know what I mean? I was curious, and I got tricked into like all these heirs, wealthy heirs, and where they got their money from. I was like, ugh, okay. So. It's not even interesting. Okay, what is interesting though is Richard Branson? He was the big mogul, the Virgin mogul. He had Virgin Atlantic, he had Virgin Records, everything Virgin. Okay, his one and only son has $1 million net worth. Excuse me? He only left his son $1 million of all that money he has. Wait a minute. Are you kidding me? That's what I thought, Christine. But they had her listed there as like to be on this, wealthiest heirs in the United States. And she didn't show up. But yeah, so I was kind of, he inherited, which was established by his dad, who is the leader of Virgin Group. Virgin is a compilation of many firms under the Virgin banner. Sam is a filmmaker and a social media celebrity, but his net worth is only $1 million. So what? That just blew my mind.
Some people that make their money on their own do not hand it over to their children completely.
Oh, and some do. Like Brandon Davis, his net worth is $55 million, right? And he got his everything from Marvin Davis. Marvin was the founder of Davis Petroleum, who is the heir to the Davis family fortune. He was estimated to be worth $5.2 billion and had ownership in the 20th Century Fox, the Beverly Hills Hotel, the Aspen Skiing Company, and Pebble Beach Corporation. And Brandon is actually the grandson. So, and his net worth is $55 million. Jane Lauder, her net worth is $4.1 billion, and it's from the Estee Lauder Company. She's the new executive vice president, and she's been involved with her family brand her entire life. So, I'm spending all my money before I kick the bucket. There you go. Can't take it with you, right? Who else? There's a couple people on here. Victoria Mars, she's $7.2 billion. She runs Mars Inc. She's the great-granddaughter of Frank Mars, who began the company in 1911. She now owns it. Catherine Schwarzenegger, $3 million, from the Kennedy family. She is the granddaughter. She married Chris Pratt in 2019, and they had a daughter. And then, oh my God, have you seen Rose Schlossberg? She's the granddaughter. She's a Jackie Kennedy doppelganger. This woman, this girl looks exactly like Jackie O. And she's a comedian. She didn't even go like the route of the Kennedys.
And don't you know I'd be wearing Jackie O dress on stage?
But she's worth $1.5 million, or that's what she inherited, I guess. $1.5 million from the Kennedy family. And then I guess maybe her brother, same last name, Jack Schlossberg. Is that Caroline's kid? Yeah, I think so. Yes. All right, $2.5 million from the Kennedy family. He's the son of Ed Schlossberg and Caroline Kennedy. And then it started getting into like Paris Hilton, Paris Jackson, Kate Hudson, and it says they inherited, Paris Jackson inherited $100 million from Michael Jackson. Kate Hudson says she inherited $80 million from Goldie Hawn. It's like, well, I know Goldie's still alive, and she in her own rights got, her own net worth, like what did she inherit yet? You know what I mean? Like the same thing with Paris Hilton. You know, they have their own crap. And then they also list like Anderson Cooper, $110 million. And that comes from, you know, Gloria Vanderbilt, which was his mom. But he, in his own right, you know, made enough money. You know, so it's kind of like, what is this list even about? Are these the spoiled kids of the universe? I don't know. Like some of these people, they've made their own money. It's like the list is made up of people who also work for a living, like aren't like living off of a trust fund, you know. So that's good to see, you know. But they just started getting way into a list that was just like, yeah, who cares, you know? I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting to see. Everything's survived. I mean, it's all about money. It's all it is. And all the bad shit in the world comes from that. It sucks. I'm not about money at all. I never was. My life doesn't revolve around, you know, how many dollars are in my pocket. I mean, obviously, you need money to live, right?
I want to be able to pay my damn bills.
Yeah. But other than that, yeah, if I have a roof over my head, I have a vehicle because I'm a snob. I have to have a vehicle, right? Even though I have one that's broken right now. But I just be fine with that. I'm you know, I'm getting. Let's see. Oh, yep. How many warriors we got? 82. Come on, guys. Get your hashtags in there. All right, it's 141, 143. We're gonna do it. Pile them up, oh, pile them up.
Yeah.
I want to be filthy rich. Like I want it would mean nothing to me to buy anything and everything. You go for that. Julie Louis Dreyfus' grandfather was a billionaire. Lisa, do you want to know what Guapo did that made me cry? I want to watch it. If you all feel you have to too much and want to get rid of your extra money, feel free to send it to me. I'm just saying. Is it John Caps and Bud Light who talk about OF? It is John Caps and Robbie, and now King Paco.
Who said something about extra money? What is that?
Oh, hey, what's extra money?
I collect rocks.
Jimmy, I don't care if I'm filthy. I just want to be rich.
I collect rocks, and I have a collection of leather, like as in I make stuff out of the dead animal skins. And I don't have enough leather to do it.
Everybody, check out Stacy's link. Go and support her. She's awesome. She's got really cool stuff. Her and her husband make these like 3D things. Oh my god, they're really cool. All kinds of stuff like dragons and scorpions and jaguars and really, really, really cool fun stuff. 50 hours a week plus my online store and a booth. Wow, Blondie, you go. I had to watch it while listening to Lee sing to seniors and members only. Oh, I hear you. Give me Kendra's page. Mike, why would you unsubscribe? What do you mean, whatever? What happened? Frogs, too.
Someone asking for Kendra's page. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. King Paco, that's a really good way to get me to ignore you. This Leon with you, Kendra don't have an OF page. No, she does not. Can't wait to get my laser unicorn coasters. I watched her make them. Oh, laser unicorn coasters. That sounds good. I didn't see it. Song sent from John and King Paco. Oh boy, okay. I am subscribed. Fat fingers. It's like Gabe. Sorry, my boyfriend's sister gave me her rock collection. Sweet.
What?
Mary's boyfriend's sister gave her rock collection.
Oh, dang.
Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Time. All right, are we ready? We got 84 entries. Last chance to get your hashtag warriors in there. Go, go, go. We're getting it ready to draw. Ready? 1, 2. There it is. Kim Johnson got it in there. Draw. Here we go. I see Kathy, Donna, Jezebel, Kimmy, Polly, Kat, Sandra, Tracy, Lady, Deborah, Fox, Jennifer W, Christy, Lucas. No, Nova gets it. Whoop, whoop. Nice.
Man.
Congratulations. No, Nova. Are you whining, Tori?
Congratulations. No.
No whining. No whining.
Because I just go to your house and I raid your stash of stuff and say, how much do I owe you?
Right? She does. She definitely does.
I walk out of Lisa's house and on my way out the door, I'm like, Lisa, send me an email of what I owe you.
Yeah, what are you doing? Where are you going with that? No. Just kidding.
No,
Where is my-
Dan, I do not
No.
take Diana's balls, but my husband and I have fondled them.
You haven't fondled your husband's balls? What did you just say?
I said we don't steal Diana's balls, we just fondle them.
Oh, where I got your husband from, I don't know. I could have sworn you said, I do not fondle my husband's balls. I really don't know where I got that.
No, I said my husband and I, no, I don't take Diana's balls. My husband and I just fondle them.
Okay.
Because I posted a picture of my husband fondling Diana's balls.
Okay. I don't know, Tori. Maybe you went out. I heard you say that you don't fondle your husband's balls. No, you actually popped out for a second. You didn't pop out. Your voice went out. On my end, anyway. All right, Nova. Make sure you send me your your shipping address so I know where to send this to. Where is my area?
Put your YouTube name in the subject line.
Yes, that would work.
That way she can actually find you. Because just sending a mailing address doesn't mean squat to us if we don't know who you are.
It don't mean squat.
I had someone do that. They said, I'm supposed to send you this. They sent me their address. And I'm like, what is this for? They said a giveaway. I'm like, on my channel? And they said, no, Lisa's channel.
You got to send it to Lisa.
That's what I said.
Yeah. All right. No, Nova. So we Alama sent it to. What happened?
Believe it or not, Lisa and I do not live together.
No, we do
We
not.
don't even live in the same town. We don't live in the same state.
What? Send to teaser? Send what? What?
What?
Palomot. I don't know what Palomot's saying. All right, I think we should do another one. What do you think? How many we got?
You thought what I was doing was a dog or a cat? No. I have all my giveaway stuff that and some commission stuff that I have to get out. So yeah, I've been sitting here doing it because I've been procrastinating.
Tori does have a room at my house.
Because out of all the stuff I do, this is the part I
got it.
yeah, well, I call it my room.
Your room's a mess right now.
I'm gonna next time I stay there, I'm gonna do what you do like at a B&B Airbnb. Before I leave, I'm gonna throw the sheets in the laundry.
Oh. Okay,
And
I
but
did
put a
it.
note on Lisa's computer screen that tells her I did it. Because I would hate to just do it and her not need to do laundry for a couple of days and then go in there and go, oh my gosh.
Oh, gross. Who knows if Tori wants to move to Florida, she'll become your neighbor, Lisa. That'd
No,
be fabulous.
I will not. I will not live anywhere there is an HOA. Not happening. Nope. That doesn't work for me. I am a loud person. I have to have space between me and my neighbors. I mean, I stand at the bottom of my at the bottom of the. I'm on the main floor. When I'm on the main floor, and Jeff is upstairs, I stand at the bottom of the stairs and I just yell up at him, "Honey!" And he'll go, "What?" And I'll go, "You want to go to the store?" And he'll go, "Yeah." And I'll say, "Okay, you're ready." And I'll get ready. He gets ready, and then we go. Because I'm already on the main floor, so I don't want to. I have bum knee, so I don't want to walk up the stairs to walk down the stairs.
Yeah, gotcha.
Lisa. So
Go,
I just stand at
Tori.
the bottom of the
Go,
stairs.
Tori. Go, Tori. Everybody is hot. You have to be subscribed to Tori. So go subscribe to Tori. In order to win this, you need to be subscribed to Tori. Let's help support Tori and get her to 1,000 subs. You can do it.
You can do it. Where am I? No, I'm not asking you where I am. I know physically where I am. So I don't need an answer to that one.
Go, Tori. Go, Tori. Go, Tori.
It's your birth month. It's your birth month.
Come on.
You know,
I see
I
44.
shouldn't be excited. I should not be excited about my birthday. Okay?
Yes, you should.
No. But I am going to be because I beat the odds in a lot of things to be here.
Well, there you go.
So I can't complain.
Anybody here have a big anti-weed attitude like JH? I think JH needs to smoke some weed. Oh my God, the horrendous. They started off that live today with this song that was just ridiculous.
But I
just
figured
feel
with
like-
this being my birth month and which birthday it is, I need to celebrate all month.
No, I didn't, King Paco.
I am at 781. Still going
Nice.
up.
I'm not anti-weed. I'm just not into it. Don't care if anyone else uses it. Same here.
Yep.
Wow, Christine. Yeah, and somebody I know, same age as me, she got stage 4 lung cancer. She actually beat it, but years ago, she got stage 4 lung cancer. Nobody in her house smoked and she didn't smoke. And then there was a man who had smoked for 45 years and quit because doctors told him to. He was getting sick or whatever. And he was fine. He had no cancer, no nothing. He quit and got cancer, lung cancer.
Wait, I need that on the outside.
Yeah. So that's the hardcore. That's the one that's coming like deep.
They've had people who have never drank a drink in their life and get cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Lifestyle is a contributing factor, not an absolute factor.
You don't feel comfortable with everyone smoking weed or eating THC? The eating the gummies and all that? You never get me to do that. Eating it because you're not. It's not like a controlled thing. You know, to me, I don't know. If you're puffing on a joint, you could take 1 hit, 2 hits, and then stop. You know what I mean?
You
But
have
I
more
just feel like when
control
you're eating a
over
brownie, you have no control over how much you're intaking.
Yep.
Huh. I haven't had a single seizure since smoking weed beginning in college.
Oh, big rebellion freedom box.
It does do that, Blondie. I don't care. It changes your state of mind. It does help people, though, especially like for people that do have bipolar or ADHD. It does help.
Seizures. I know people that use it for seizures.
And people use it for pain.
And I've seen people take it for pain. I've seen people take it for anxiety. Successfully, not just taking it because they have these things, but taking it and getting a therapeutic response. Sorry, I'm playing with the garbage.
She ate a brownie. Wait, hold on. And tripped for 2 days. All 6 with puff, puff, pass.
Yeah, you actually have to know the concentration of what you're consuming.
I may have smoked weed like 5 times in my life. 3 times when I was still in high school. It was the 3rd time that made me go, yeah, okay, no more. First time
that alters my state of mind because I grew up having seizures, and anything that makes you get that woo-woo effect that a lot of people love. Not me. I don't like it. Same way with even prescription painkillers. Right. I am very picky at what I take because of that woozy in the head feeling.
Yeah, I don't like the woozy stuff.
I feel like I don't have good control, and I like being in control of me.
The first time I ever smoked it, it did nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. The second time I smoked it, it made me laugh, like hysterical laugh. I'm like, all right, this was cool. The third time, I was begged by my friends to smoke. I was like, no. I'm like, man, you guys like peer pressure me, but they're like, dude, you're so funny. You're so funny. You got to please smoke. Please smoke. I'm like, whatever. But when I did smoke, I only took 2 puffs, 2 hits off a joint. That's it. Right. But the third time when I did, yeah, no. I was literally sitting there and I was talking to one person on my right, and then I started talking to the person on my left. And then I'm like, hold up, wasn't I just talking to this one on my right? I'm like, hold up, wait. Like, I was tripping myself. I was like freaking myself out, right? I'm like, yeah, no, we don't like this. Huh?
Were you getting to the point that you were tasting colors?
No. No, I just didn't like the fact that I was just talking. I didn't like the fact that I was beginning to start to confuse myself, and I was doing it all on my own. Like I was like, yeah, no, I don't like not being in control. And so, I mean, a friend of mine one time asked me to do it again, and I did, and that same thing happened. I'm like, yeah, okay, so the THC we're meeting them, no good. Because it had been 15 years after that I did that, and I still got the same feeling. So I was like, yeah, okay, so the first 2 times are great. The third time, no go with me. Sorry. Third and fourth time, do the same thing. Yeah, I just want to go sleep now. So it would go away. And Gabe, that's why Gabe's been trying to get me to smoke with him for 20 years. And I will not. I won't even bother. He's like, come on, man. 20 years. I'm like, nope. I don't like the way. Yeah, it will help you with this. It will help you. No, I'm good. I'm giddy. So what he will do, and I catch him doing it a lot, and he's done it while I've gone live, And Tori knows what I'm talking about.
He pulls
I'll
the-
be sitting here and not when in the cold, when it's warm and the fan's on and it's blowing and I don't realize what's happening. He's sitting right next to me, blowing it into the fan that's blowing it in my face. So I end up getting a good contact high.
And then when she realized it, she's like, "Get away from me!"
Yeah, get away from me.
And he's
Yeah, he
like,
does it a lot.
"What?"
So I can get now a contact high. I don't mind. That makes me like laugh. That's okay. That's fine. Don't tell him I said that though. But I don't like especially when okay, this is like before you were here, Tori. We were sitting out here and he did it, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, I was laughing and I could not focus. And then later on, he had come out and he did it to me, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that was you! You were doing this before, weren't you?" He goes, "Well, I don't know what you're talking about." I'm like, "You jerk!" I'm like, "I'm sitting here like I cannot even focus on what I'm talking about. I'm ready to kill you, dude." He just thinks it's funny. But I am pretty funny when I'm, I guess, stoned. It's just that it doesn't happen because I don't smoke it. But a contact high will totally like chill me out. My eyes will just, I'll look like I'm stoned, I guess. And that I don't mind because that's like the second time I've ever done it. It just made me laugh, which is fine. That's fine. But if I don't feel that woohoo feeling, like honestly, that's another reason why I don't take allergy meds. When I take allergy meds, it does this thing where my brain kind of goes like, whoop, you know, it's not my brain, but you know what I mean? Like it just goes, whoop. And I don't like that feeling. So I hate when it happens. So if I do end up taking allergy meds, I take it right before I go to sleep so I don't feel nothing.
Yep.
I don't like that. That it's like because it messes with your balance. It's probably your equilibrium that it's actually working on, but it's a whoop. First time they ever gave me a shot of Benadryl, they said, "You're going to feel this like whoop feeling." I call it the woohoo feeling.
And see, I can't have that because I can't have Benadryl.
Right. They gave that to me because they thought I had an allergic reaction to shellfish.
Well, yeah, but I'm allergic to Benadryl.
That's not good.
No.
No.
I'm one of the
Yeah,
weirdos.
Squat Pump's here, and she's like, "Here, just take this." They gave me this med. This is last week. She's like, "They gave me this penicillin. It's the meds for this cold. Just take one here. It doesn't matter." I'm like, "I'm not just gonna take one." I'm like, "What is it?" She goes, "Amoxicillin." I'm like, "Are you trying to kill me?" I'm like, "You can't just hand that stuff out to you." She's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I'm allergic to penicillin." I'm like, "I cannot take amoxicillin. I can't take any cillins."
And this is why we don't take random pills that people give us. People.
Yeah. I did that myself too. They gave me too much penicillin one time, and then threw amoxicillin one time at me, and I ended up breaking out in hives. I was on it too long, and then they gave me like the stronger form of it. It was the wrong thing to do. So I became allergic. But let me tell you something. Benadryl, dang. Because of that allergic reaction, I had to have a chest x-ray done in the hospital one time. And they said they thought that I might have a blood clot in my lung. I'm like, "Oh, great. And I'm all upset about this. Gabe was like, "Okay, well, we'll let them find out. No big deal." But I'm upset because my grandmother passed away from a blood clot to her lung. I'm thinking, oh my God. So they're like, "All right, we need you to do this chest x-ray with the dye, but we're gonna have to give you some Benadryl so you can do this." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So they give me Benadryl, and obviously they did it in my vein, right? And I don't know how much they gave me, but man, I was like, woohoo! Like, dang, man, that feels good. So I'm like laughing all loopy and everything. I'm not even worried about this like blood clot that could be there. And that's how I know what this tickle is in my throat, by the way. So Anyway, so trying to figure it all out. Gabe goes outside while I'm doing that. They bring me back, and he comes in and he's like, "Are you okay?" Like, they come back and I'm like, "Hey!" I'm like hanging over the side of the gurney, like waving at him with my arm, like, "What's up, hey?" And he goes, "Did they say anything?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, no, it's not a blood clot." I'm like, I got nodes. I got nodes on my lungs. Nodes, you know. And he's like, and he just started getting really upset. He started crying. Because it's like the blood clot didn't matter. It was the thought of cancer, right? So he got really, really upset. I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. Like I was so loopy. And so I'm like, whatever. I'm like, you know what? Just give me blood. What happened was my heart was racing and didn't know why. And they couldn't figure out why. Right? It wasn't stopping. I'm like, I don't know what's happening. It turns out it was a digestive thing that was going on. But I looked at the nurse and I'm like, just give me blood pressure medicine or something, you know? And like, I can't give you blood pressure medicine. I'm like, why not? And she's like, because your blood pressure is 120/60. I'm like, it's what? I'm like, something's wrong with your machine. Yeah, I was so loopy off this freaking Benadryl. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, oh, cancer. Okay, cool. Gabe like losing it. And then Gabe goes outside to the doctor in the hall and goes, dude, do not tell her things like that. I'm like, me? You're the one that's upset. He goes, you can't tell her that, you know? But it was pretty upsetting to go into a hospital for something that, you know, you're thinking, may be no big deal. And yeah, maybe it was. Okay, fine. But for them to tell you, you know, a blood clot to your lung and then nodes, you know, like, I'm like, what? They had me going through, you know, dying from the clot or having cancer in my lungs. And then it turns out they come back like, it's just inflammation. I'm like, oh, well, thank you.
You got the inflammations.
Yeah, I got the inflammation. Lisa, I had bilateral pelvic embolism on Mother's Day. Oh, well, thank God you're here, Genia. I like the name Genia. I'm saying it right, Genia. Wow. So yeah, so good night, Flutter. Holy crap, it's 2:00. Let's do this. Don't worry. Let's do this. We still have this other giveaway to give away. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. It's not. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Diana. I'm so sorry. And I don't mean to make fun. I was just trying to say how loopy I was, that nothing mattered in that moment. You know, I was like stupid. Here we go. Hashtag Go Tory. Get in there. Come on, we got to change that number. It's at 69. 69 entries. Thanks, Party. Lindsay Dion, we got 70. Nice. Very nice. Here we go, guys. Lori J. Get him in there, Tam. Go. Christine Lucas. Go Tori. Now it's 71, so somebody wasn't in there. Keep going. Go Tori. Well, 72.
There's 520 people watching this.
Go Tori. 73. Keep them coming, guys. Make sure you are subscribed to Tori. Tori, the ping is annoying.
Sorry.
Tori taping. Sorry. I think she means tapping.
It is encased in tape. Nothing is going to fall out.
75. Let's go.
It's going to get wet.
Go Tori. Yeah, no space and go Tori. Still at 75, guys. Good Tori.
Lisa Kendra,
Good Tori. Yeah, you're going out. All I heard was Lisa Kendra. Yeah.
Lisa Kendra, and Robbie are the reason I pack the way I do.
I'm bad. That whole tape, when I do a box in a bag, that whole box is wrapped.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I wrap it in one direction, then I wrap it in the other direction. Because I don't know how else to do it. I'm going to stick this on here.
We're at 77, guys.
Ow, ow, ow.
Go,
Cramp.
Tori. 78.
And then
Tape reviews.
scaly time. Turn it on.
Sandra.
Oh, I
Tori's
finally
all-
have one that weighs over a pound.
Go, Tori. Go, Tori. Wake up, Miss Mustard. Go, Tori. Go, Tori. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. 79. Terry Silverstone got in there. I think Julia's already
I
in
think
there.
I have some heartburn.
Oh no, new song gets stuck in her head. Lisa, do you
What?
ship via pirate ship? Yes, I do.
Dang, Skippy.
It's already in there. All right.
Thank you for my happy birthday month stuff. Did I do the go tour? Yes, I did.
Good, Tori. Good, Tori.
Go Tori. It's your birthday.
Everyone's in there. Need to go to bed, spin, please.
Me too.
It's all right, Christine. I'm already on it.
I
All right.
woke up late today, but it's okay because I wound up working late. Shit.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Congratulations, Peggy Gum.
I don't get paid. I don't get paid to work.
Happy
over.
anniversary. There we go. We got 80. All right, let's go. Here we go. We're going to draw. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Who's going to do it?
Oh,
Get it. Who's going to get it? Tam, call them up. Lindsay, Kathy, Lindsay. Wow, Lindsay went for, oh my God, Tori, I thought you almost got it. It's Lucy from Vermont. Congratulations.
Lucy,
Dad, I thought it stopped on you, Tori. Did you see that?
that Lucy is lucky.
Very
I got a
nice.
pack
Ready?
for Lucy from a giveaway.
Oh, really? Congrats, Lucy.
That Lucy
from
is
Vermont.
lucky.
Surprise, surprise. Lucy, I'm not sure if I have your email, your shipping address, but you you need to send me your shipping address. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in Vermont.
And here I am going, I do, as if I'm going to give it to anyone else.
Way to go, Lucy. Congratulations. Have you been to Robbie's yet, Lisa? No. No, I have not. Get some sleep. Good night, all. You know what? We got to do a giveaway sooner. Yeah, this one was a late one. 2 what? 2 or 2? Yeah, that was late.
Well, we got to get off here. I got to go to bed.
Yeah. She waited by that
I'm gonna
mailbox.
do this label and then
Tori, when are you coming down here?
I don't know.
I'm going to keep asking until you give me an answer. Other than I don't know. I don't know. All right, all right.
All I know is I'm going to Texas in March.
You're going to Texas in March. What's in Texas?
Friends.
Okay.
I did it last year. Remember, my trailer got stolen. Woo.
Yeah.
They ain't stealing it this year.
You gotta lock that down. You know? Oops.
Oh, I'm gonna be putting tire. I've got these those. Oh, what is it when you park where you're not supposed to? They put those those tire things. They lock onto them. Boots. I got tire boots.
Oh,
And
nice.
I'm gonna put one with the handle in one
Why,
direction.
Todd?
Yeah, no, not the chalks. The ones that lock on the boots.
Oh, right on. Gotcha. Why
I'm
would
putting
John Couch be
those
mad at you,
on.
Todd?
And then I'm gonna do a bunch of other stuff that they will literally have to pick up the trailer and put it on something in order to move it.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, I'm not playing games. They ain't stealing my damn trailer again.
Good night, Carol. Who said that? MZ?
No,
Boo!
Jerry, I'm going to be putting them on the trailer so someone can't steal it this year.
What crystal heals the heart? Well, that's a good idea. Heals the heart. Rose quartz is a good one for the heart. Pink tourmaline, ruby fuchsite, rhodonite, and amethyst as well. It works with the heart chakra. So kind of like a lot of the pink. You could green aventurine. I need a case of each. Yeah, the heart chakra crystals are really, really cool. A lot of the pinks and the reds. Got those on the way. Right on. There you go. Can't wait for my crystals to finally get. I don't know what the hell's going on with the mail system.
I got a box I got to send you to, Lisa.
Awesome.
I got a box.
That bums me out because if she's got to mail it to me, that means she ain't gonna be here for a while.
Well, it was your Christmas present with Christmas stuff that was supposed to be there at Christmas from Kendra.
Oh.
He had put it in my box because it was supposed to be here a few days before I left.
Oh.
The post office decided to jack us around, and so it didn't come in until after I left to go down there. And I get home and I open a box and it has stuff in it with your name on it.
I want to go to Tucson. I wish I was in Tucson right now.
If you had a Tahoe, you could go.
Ha ha ha. I was actually looking, man. I'm very weird with the shape of the SUVs. I don't like them like to have too long of a snout. I don't like them too boxed. I don't know. I'm very weird about it. Very picky about it. I used to like the Kia Sportage that I had. I liked the way it looked. And I don't like the Kia Sportages now. I don't like, believe it or not, excuse me, not get the hiccups. Believe it or not, I really do like the Cadillacs. The XT Sport. I like the way they look. I have not found, unless it's a truck, I have not found an SUV that I actually like. And I'm like, of course I like the Cadillac because it's embedded in my brain to get a Caddy. And I can feel my mother going, get the dang Caddy. Get the dang Caddy. Because my mother loved Cadillac. So
what you do is you check the Better Business stuff to find out any issues. Because even with the Tahoes, like the 2019s and the 2017s had issues. They had engine issues. And that's why I got what I got.
I looked it up. I forget what the issues were.
I found stuff, and my husband found stuff, and he looked them up and said, "Oh no, you don't want that one." They have engine issues. The biggest issue I have with mine is my screen goes warpy jarred every now and then and wants to just make clicky click on its own. But there's other vehicles, other vehicles that have the screens that do the same thing that are not Tahoes.
Well, I just looked up in general Cadillac SUV issues. Some common issues with Cadillac SUVs include engine problems, transmission issues, and electrical issues.
Yeah, all the things you don't want.
Right.
So it might be that you need to check specific years because they might have specific years that they don't have those issues.
Right.
Because that's basically what we did with Tahoes. Now let me see, how many labels do I have sitting here? That's the wrong folder. That's the right
2021 overheating, transmission, and fuel pump failures.
Six. Oi.
Really? The new car. That's funny.
This
Gas
is
is
like
going up
Christmas.
again. I got gas yesterday. It was $3.19.
3.
The XT5 specifically has faced some issues, particularly with its transmission and potential for the driver's side half shaft to disengage.
Yeah. That's a specific year.
2022.
So you don't want that. You don't want that year because they have an issue. But that's basically how I did mine to find out which one in the long run was going to cost me the least amount of money, because regardless how it looked, I'm not going to buy a vehicle that's going to have thousands of dollars sunk into it every month. I mean, every year. I've done general maintenance on mine. We will exclude the neighbor's vehicle slamming into mine. The only other thing I had to do was my transmission was overheating because the sensor thingy, just like you have a thermostat for your motor, there's one for the transmission as well. And mine was broken. Right. And so my transmission kept overheating, and I paid and I got that fixed, and there we are.
The 2023 Cadillac XT5 have faced some notable issues, including recalls related to transmission problems, suspension components, and daytime running lights. Well, at least they're recalls. They
it don't matter how pretty it is if you got to have it in the shop all the time.
Yeah. 2024, particularly the Lyric XT5 and XT6 have faced some issues, including recalls and reported problems related to transmission, braking, and electrical system.
Are you sure you want a Cadillac?
I don't know. No, not anymore.
See? And I'm not doing it to be mean as in, don't you get a Cadillac? I'm doing it because I know you well enough to know that if you bought it and kept having these issues, you would be so angry at yourself for getting it.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want that. I want you to get a vehicle you're going to love and one that's going to love you.
The 2025 Cadillac has faced some issues, including recalls related to airbag deployment and instrument panel illumination, as well as reports of transmission problems and other concerns like climate control and touchscreen functionality. That's 2025.
It seems like they would have fixed their daggum transmission by now. Yeah, I mean, really?
Every one of those years it says transmission.
It seems like you could have fixed them by now. Come on, Cadillac. And they go through these phases. There was one time I would have never bought a Chevy SUV or truck. But now they're better than they used to be.
23 Chevrolet Tahoe has issues with the brakes, navigation, and transmission. 22. Well, let's go 24. I'm not going to get a 2025. Brakes, engine, and electronics for 24. 22. Transmission, infotainment system, camera system, and more. Engine, fuel system, and other components in 2021. I don't want to really go older than 2020. May experience issues with the fuel pump, oil consumption, and transmission. Get an older car. I don't want anything older than 2020. I really don't. All new cars seem to have many recalls now.
Yeah, I got an 18 because the guy that had it before me, he was using it for a limo service.
1,500 to 20,000. Jeez, that's a big gap. I don't want an electric car. I really don't.
I wouldn't even get a hybrid.
Yeah, I was looking at one Cadillac and it was a hybrid. I'm like, whoa.
When Lily's battery, her battery goes dead because she doesn't drive that much. If her battery goes dead, it's a hell to get into her damn car.
Really?
I also have a thing. I want a car that has an actual key, a physical key.
Yeah.
This remote lock crap. I want a physical freaking key that I can stick in the door and turn to open it.
Jeep Renegade. I actually like Michelle's Jeep, but I'm not really into the whole boxy thing, which is weird.
And those are very boxy.
And I don't want a truck. Go to bed, Lisa? Are you telling me to go to bed, Terry, because you want to go to bed?
And you can also, when you get ready to start looking, you go ahead and sign up for Carfax so you can run as many reports as you want. And so when you get the VIN number on a vehicle, you can run it and it'll tell you if they've done any of the recalls on it. So if if they come common with a transmission issue and there's a recall and the prior owner already took and got the transmission replaced, they fix the issue.
Well, that's why I really want to get it from a dealer that, I can get a warranty with it too. I can do it with, I can pretty much get the warranty that I would want if I get something with like a 2-year-old car. I could also just lease one. I don't know. We'll see. I don't want a truck. I do not want a truck.
No, you need my unsolicited opinion. And then you need an SUV that you can put all your stuff in to do your markets for your crystal sales. You can put your canopy in there, your tables in there, your chairs in there, and boxes of stuff.
I haven't been doing markets though, but I still want to be able to.
Yeah.
Did you mention how Spawn Trooper loves to be? No, he does. Guys, by the way, he likes to be called Spawny instead of Super Trooper. Yeah, so I haven't even mentioned him because he's, whatever. Like, I mean,
insignificant twerp.
They're all really insignificant, except they should be held accountable for some of the things that they're doing. And some are sicker than the others. Like Badge Nation, he's twisted-minded. And then you got the other people that are seriously part of an ecosystem that likes to destroy people's lives, but doesn't like when, people have something to say about her. Like Megan Fox. Fox not. And she thinks she can buy her friendships with threats and stuff. And, sorry, that's not cool. You don't want to like somebody because they're going to interview with somebody else. That's fine. But it's like for you to take away your friendship. And somebody respected her. She's a baby. Did anybody see that article that actually, well, Michael did an article, but did y'all see the I shared it on the community page, the Unknown podcast with Dick and Volpe from today. They were talking about hells and stuff, and Michael like totally outed Shara. Just on the way she talks. Like you ask her a question, she comes back with another question. And he ended up posting this that she's a deflector. Absolutely, without a doubt, a deflector. I'm like, right on. Nice job there, Mike. I haven't heard anything like in regards to Tug or Megan in a bit. So normally like there's stuff people would say and stuff, telling me stuff. I haven't heard anything lately, honestly. I don't want to say it a third time. Say what a third time?
Go to bed.
Go to bed, night, white and no. The Telluride. I actually saw it, Christine. I did see a Telluride.
Good night, White Indo.
The deal is parts. No. Lumen thinks this case is about who made the signs. I don't believe it matters. I think if the case does not get dismissed, it's just about the sign. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I think it's all a lie. It's all a lie. But I think the whole thing's made up for content. And that's it. The signs are very iffy. I felt in my gut from the moment I heard about the signs that Jeremy did it on purpose. Now, who wrote the signs, I don't know. I believed that, I mean, I know based on the expert, but me personally, like knowing, I believed it was him and his friends. They did it together. That's what I believed. And a Tesla battery to replace starts at 14 grand. Yeah, I don't think so. That's insane. But anyway, yeah, so I definitely think that him and his friends did it. Now, we have an expert that says he did it, which, again, I was surprised. I know Michelle didn't write the signs. I mean, I can see as clear as day she didn't from her handwriting that was used as examples. I could clearly see it wasn't her, but I could clearly see that it was somebody else. So you just have to see the handwriting. When you see the handwriting, you're like, oh, shit. Wow. Bruce. That is one battery. It's the whole bottom of the car. The battery's the whole bottom of the car. You know what? I have to say, it makes me really nervous that I can press a button and my car is going to come and pick me up. Like, that just makes me nervous that it's going to drive by itself. I'm not okay with that. It's weird. I feel like, God forbid, the car comes out of nowhere. I feel like there's going to be an accident and there's nothing I can do to stop it. And there goes my car. I don't know. It just seems weird. I mean, it's cool, but very weird. I don't know. I'm not interested in a Tesla.
Nope. Not after seeing the one where the guy got in a wreck. The Tesla slammed into something. I think it was a tree or something. The door's locked, and it called for help, and he burned to death in his car.
Oh my God. No.
I ain't driving the pool like, nope.
Alrighty. Well, it is 2:34. Tori's got to go to sleepy sleeps. And what is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday, our regular night. So Tori, you're going live tomorrow afternoon, right? Or evening?
Yep.
So around 5:30?
Mm-hmm. That'd be me.
Megafer. I don't know. Meg Tug. Mug. I think that's already, I've heard Mug before, so I think that's probably already out there. I don't know. Begging Megan sounds good. And what's his, someone call him Louis? We got Richard, man. He's hilarious. His articles are freaking funny. Or shall I say his emails? Anyway, so Tori's gonna be on tomorrow afternoon. I'll be on tomorrow night with Tori and hopefully Robbie. And we'll see what happens tomorrow. Could you imagine, like, out of nowhere, just like hearing order granted, motion, motion is dismissed, or whatever. It's case dismissed.
That would be hilarious.
That I'm like, what? Wait a minute. What? But it could be. It could happen. Who knows?
But
Hopefully it will be.
about it.
Right? I'll be going on the moment that happens, guys. Just letting you know. Anyway, so we'll be here tomorrow night. Have fun, guys. Have a great day tomorrow. Thank you to all our mods. Prayers to everybody who needs them. And just smile and give, good positive vibes out there. Just say hello to a stranger. You never know. It might make their day. You never know. But thank you again. We will be here tomorrow. See y'all then. Bye.
Bye, all.
Bye.
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 Toodaloo.
Wait. Oh, here we go. Bye. Ta-ta.